never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. One person is confirmed dead and a 5-year-old missing after severe weather forced people to flee their homes in coastal California. As a parade of cyclones slams the state, officials say one person was killed Monday when a vehicle was overtaken by water in Avila Beach. Nearby, an adult was rescued from floodwaters, but a child swept away. Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom calling on the National Guard for help.
We have 30 high water vehicles that are on standby to assist with the possible evacuation throughout Northern California. And these cities range from Eureka all the way to Wilton in Sacramento County.
National Guard personnel prepared to help with everything from search and rescue to managing the flow of traffic in and around flooded areas. The White House says it has not received any official requests yet from the Brazilian government about the status of former President Jair Bolsonaro after his supporters stormed Brazil's government buildings. State Department spokesperson Ned Price would only speak generally while addressing reporters about the situation.
If an A visa holder is no longer engaged in official business on behalf of their government, it is incumbent on that visa holder to depart the U.S. or to request a change to another immigration status within 30 days.
For his part, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told reporters American officials are not in direct contact with Bolsonaro, who's believed to be in Orlando. Protesters stormed the buildings in Brazil Sunday in opposition to Bolsonaro's election defeat. The U.S. Justice Department reviewing classified documents found at a Biden think tank from when current President Biden was vice president. The National Archives has referred the matter to the Justice Department for investigation now. Former President Trump got into hot water after several classified White House documents were allegedly recently found at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to patriotsoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Classes at the University of Idaho set to resume this week.
Students will return to campus Wednesday after a winter break that saw the arrest of the man suspected in the murders of 4 of their classmates. The university will still give the option of remote learning as the campus tries to regain a sense of safety after Moscow's first murders since 2015. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
There are thousands of nurses on strike in New York. It isn't all troubling news, though.
A strike in New York City by nurses at 2 major city hospitals was avoided Sunday when their union reached a tentative new contract. The New York State Nurses Association settled its contract disputes with Mount Sinai West, Mount Sinai Morningside, agreeing to wage increases of more than 19% over 3 years. Despite that progress, unionized nurses have failed to reach a contract deal at Mount Sinai Hospital and at Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx. I'm Lance Pry.
Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is back home. Doctors caring for Hamlin at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center said Hamlin returned to his home city and is starting the next phase of his recovery at Buffalo General Medical Center.
He is doing well, and this is the beginning of the next stage.
University of Cincinnati Medical Center physician Dr. William Knight. Hamlin collapsed on the field during the Bills game against the Cincinnati Bengals last week after suffering cardiac arrest. Physicians said it's still too early to know if Hamlin will be able to play football again. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, don't mind if we do. Let's get it started. Here we go. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Secret Bunker. All right, close out a Monday. So we're all settled in for another, well, a full work week, right? So what are we looking at here? 10th day of January? According to my calendar, that's exactly what we've got in the Eastern time zone. We will work our way into the new day, respectively. From time zone to time zone across the country, East Coast to West, and all points in between. So I hope your week's off to a good start. So I guess the Bulldogs, the Georgia Bulldogs, are national champions. I had almost forgotten tonight was the national championship game. So I'm sitting here doing my show prep, and I look at the clock and says, it's about 10:40. And that game's probably still going. You pull it up on the internet and do what? 65-7. So I guess there wasn't much of a game played this past evening, was there? As I looked at the score breakdown, I guess there was one quarter of an actual football game, because the end of the first quarter, the score was 17-7. So it was a game. Georgia scores another 21 points in the second quarter. TCU, nothing. So big halftime lead. Georgia goes on to a 65-7. I guess you got to call that a good old downright butt-whooping of TCU in the national championship game. Good golly. Got an email from Craig. He said, I turned the game off when it was 24-7. I had to get some sleep. I just woke up. I checked the final score and my jaw dropped. 65-7. He kind of questions, how do the officials and coaches allow such a one-sided game to continue? It's 4 quarters of football. You don't call it a game at halftime, but undoubtedly, he said, that must have been really frustrating for TCU and their fans. Yeah, well, there can only be one winner, and it's not the first time there's been a very lopsided final national championship game. Actually, if you go back to the Ohio State-Georgia game, that would have been a much more entertaining game for a national championship, because it came down to the wire there, but so, like I said, there can only be one winner. Tip of the hat. Congratulations to those Georgia Bulldogs and all their fans out there. As Pappy says, the Georgia Peach wins. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's a Georgia fan. On the Georgia side, a lot of folks, you might have Georgia fans, and there's a lot of Alabama fans, even in the state of Georgia, nonetheless. My wife's sister, Tina, big time, Roll Tide, Alabama fan. But, all right, welcome aboard. Here we go. All right, 24 hours ago, it was Northern and Central California. Our latest in a train of massive storms was coming ashore. Here we find ourselves 24 hours later. It's Southern California that's looking for the heavy rains through the overnight hours and on into and through the day Tuesday. Currently, the rains have pretty much ended Yeah, in San Francisco, you still have some showers, say just north, some heavy rains just north of Fresno. Scattered showers with some pockets of heavier rain down into the Bakersfield area. Yeah, we've seen some heavy rains moving through Los Angeles the last couple of hours. Focus is going to begin to turn on this storm system because ultimately this is going to be one of those cross-country storms when it's all said and done. Moving through California, going to head up into the Rockies and eventually sweeping across the entire lower 48, bringing with it some heavy snow in some areas. Southern side could be strong thunderstorms later this week. Not talking about any sort of a major, severe weather tornado outbreak, but nonetheless, there will be some stronger storms with all facets of severe weather impacting parts of the South. Start off with some of the updates over the last several hours. First of all, the search for a missing 5-year-old has been temporarily suspended. The update, authorities said the search and rescue mission in San Luis Obispo County temporarily suspended due to the rising water levels of the Salinas River. That's too dangerous for divers. Search was actually called off about 3 o'clock California time. The boy reported missing Monday, swept away by floodwaters in the morning hours. Chief of the San Luis Obispo County Fire Department said the boy's mother was driving a truck when it became stranded in the floodwaters just before 8 o'clock in the morning. Bystanders were able to pull the mother out of the truck, but the boy was swept out of the vehicle and downstream. One of the boy's shoes was actually discovered by a firefighter during that search. And I guess maybe later tomorrow when the sun comes up, the search will resume there. An officer capturing dramatic video of a mudslide near Fresno, California. Incredible footage, a huge landslide this past afternoon. Boulders and smaller rocks mixed with the mud and debris caught on the camera rushing down the mountainside near Shaver Lake, crashing down onto the rain-drenched State Route 168. There were no vehicles, thankfully, in the area at the time, so no injuries reported. But, of course, was the deluge of heavy rain over the past 24 hours. They've been telling us for days, mudslides, debris flows could all be a big problem. Rescues from the Ventura River. 14 people rescued from the swollen Ventura River in Ventura, California on Monday. More dramatic footage showing first responders in the rising waters. The first 7 victims freed from the river, while the other 7 were evaluated for rescue. Those rescued airlifted to a local hospital. Crews were on the scene evaluating the area for potential damages. Thousands, of course, remain without power on Monday. Going back to Sunday with the beginning of the storm system, there were over 500,000 without power. As of Monday afternoon, still well over 100,000 without power, according to Power Outage US. Highly unusual to have this kind of intense swarm activity as far as storms in such quick succession. Trees being weakened by drought and now saturated soil coming down all over the state, creating power loss from downed wires and poles. We've been working nonstop before New Year's Eve, responding to this series of storms. Our workers out in the field battling these conditions even as their homes and their hometowns are being affected. First, want to say thanks to all the first responders who've been working on this incredibly difficult conditions right now. In San Rafael, nearly 10,000 different power outages caused by downed trees, broken poles, other impacts on electrical equipment as the crews working pretty much round the clock to restore power as quickly as possible. Any other updates? Sacramento, I saw some photographs from the zoo there. Lots of damage, debris, trees down. Sacramento Zoo closed through Tuesday, today. as teams clean up storm damage there. They do say all the animals are safe, but it's going to take a couple of days to get through all the downed limbs and do the necessary tree work. Yeah, photographs of large tree branches down at the zoo. Storm chaser Brandon Clement with AccuWeather captured similar images of massive trees and limbs down across the Sacramento area on Sunday as well. All these downed trees, it's not just the saturated soil, it's the wind. And in some cases, the incredible winds we've seen with these storms, triple-digit winds. The mountains of California have already had several gusts in the triple digits Monday afternoon, less than a week after brutal winds toppled trees during the bomb cyclone. Top California wind gust observed over the past 24 hours took place at Palisades, Tahoe, with an incredible 127 mile per hour wind. This gust nearly topped last week's high wind gust of 132 miles per hour at Alpine Meadows. Numerous other in excess of 100 mile per hour winds recorded. Mammoth Mountain at 115, Kirkwood Mountain at 109, the Heavenly Ski Resort in South Lake Tahoe, winds of 102 miles per hour. So lots of video coming in of the flooding situations, areas that would normally be dry creek beds, essentially raging rivers at this point in time, in especially northern and central California. More flooding anticipated through the upcoming day into southern California. We'll break some of that down for you. Of course, more details on what will ultimately be, as I mentioned, a coast-to-coast storm. What will be in the mix for the rest of the country as we progress through the upcoming week here. It is 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on a Tuesday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Looking at some of the other updates out of Southern California. I guess Montecito is an area where numerous celebrities live. And apparently, the entire community of Montecito and the surrounding canyons are under evacuation orders. This on the 5th anniversary of a mudslide that killed 23 people. and destroyed more than 100 homes in that coastal enclave there. National Weather Service said rainfall rates of 1 inch per hour. Heavy downpours expected through the night in the upscale area where roads along wooded hills studded with large homes. Montecito kind of squeezed between mountains and the Pacific, home to the likes of celebrities Oprah Winfrey, Rob Lowe, Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. One property owner under the evacuation order said there's no way to get off the mountain with an overflowing creek on one side and a mudslide on the other. The owner of the Santa Barbara Bird Sanctuary said one of her employees came to make a weekly food delivery and ended up being stuck there at the bird sanctuary. All right, so prayers for those in California, the land of fruits and nuts nonetheless. But hope everyone hunkers down, turn around, don't drown, right? That's the word, and that's going to continue to be the word through the day. Los Angeles expecting another couple of inches of rain. Some areas may see 4 to 6 inches of rainfall before it's all said and done. Hello to Jacob out of the box. Good morning, Mr. Summers, in the Overnight Drive 5-7. Copy the mail. Midnight Special checks in from Gainesville, Florida. Hey, did TCU get off the bus? Right? Oh, boy. Truck in Troy says, good morning, Steve. 33 degrees in Teconcha, Michigan tonight. Hello to Shorty. Off YouTube again? Yes, off YouTube. YouTube has pretty much wiped us clean like we never existed. Gone, kaput. Yeah, we knew that would be coming. I said last week when we first program back after the new year was Wednesday morning. So we only did 3 shows, and I was saying each night, how long will we be on YouTube? Who said what last week that was so obnoxious? Good morning to Rockpick checking in. Stay safe. Enjoy. Hello to Pappy. 30 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. 65 to 7. Monkey Gouger buys the Skullbuster. The Georgia Peach wins. That's true. Be safe out there. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Thanks, Steve, for educating me. Bashful says hi to you, Steve. Hello to Bashful. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 38 degrees in Fishkill, New York. There's Larry this morning. It's 37, feels like 32 in Northwest Illinois tonight. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Man, oh man, what a great race tonight at the Chili Bowl Nationals. Yeah, I tuned in to some of the racing action there, some of the first qualifying events. Of course, qualifying events each night this week, all leading up to the big event next Saturday. They had the Race of Champions this past evening as well. Hello to Daniel. Morning from Belfield, North Dakota. With 26 degrees. Weather's pretty good. Well, I guess actually once you get into January in North Dakota, you're not going to complain about 26 degrees because it could be 26 below at the same time. Hello to Dave from Florida. It's actually colder here, 45 degrees. Well, chilly night, huh? Miss Millie is on board. Long time no talk. Hi there, Miss Millie. Happy New Year. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Got 32 degrees in my area here in Kentucky. Gilligan, check it in. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Clear, cold night at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, with 29 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Norman, check it in. Good morning, Steve. Got on Facebook here. The Big Tipper is loaded, headed northbound, 38 degrees, clear skies. Say hello to Barry, Gary, Double D, and Dean this morning. There you go. Norman says, hello, gentlemen. It is 844-844-3388. Start with some of our industry headlines. Delaware State Police taking part in a high-visibility traffic enforcement effort for the next 2 weeks that started this past day, January the 9th through January 23rd. Delaware State Police taking part in Operation Breaking Point, which they describe as a zero-tolerance, high-visibility campaign enforcement in response to the alarming increase of traffic fatalities that have occurred on Delaware roadways in the past year, 22. During this campaign, troopers will increase patrols along I-95, I-495, and State Route 1 at locations where 27 traffic fatalities took place last year. Troopers on the lookout for speeding and other moving violations that could contribute to a crash. We're hoping Operation Breaking Point will proactively influence driving behavior, reducing the number of crashes on the roadways. This is a reminder for all drivers. Keep your eyes and your minds on the road. Slow down, buckle up, follow the posted speed limits, and obey the rules of the road so we're all alive in 2023. There you go, in the state of Delaware. Lots to cover as we roll into a Tuesday again. Hope your week's off to a good start. It is 844-844-3388. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A parade of cyclones beating an already storm-weary California, bringing threats of flooding and landslides. Thousands of evacuations underway in Northern California. National Weather Service meteorologist Courtney Carpenter says another series of storms is about to move in.
We're looking at our next round of heavy rain with this system moving in tonight into Tuesday morning. This will bring a period of gusty winds.
Following a brief break, another atmospheric river arrives late Friday through Sunday with the heaviest rainfall expected on Saturday. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is back home at a new hospital.
Damar Hamlin has been released and returned to Buffalo.
Dr. William Knight of the University of Cincinnati Medical Center said Hamlin returned to his home city and is starting the next phase of his recovery. On Sunday, Hamlin posted pictures and updates on social media as he watched the Bills' regular season finale against the New England Patriots. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we heard in the news break there, Damar Hamlin, 1 week after his collapse on the field, returning to Buffalo this past day. Moved to a hospital in Buffalo, but an uplifting sign, remarkable progress a week after cardiac arrest. Just discharged from the University of Cincinnati Medical Center Monday morning and flown back to Western New York, where he will continue his recovery. Listed in stable condition at Buffalo General Medical Center. Dr. William Knight, one of the doctors from Cincinnati, said, I can confirm he's doing well. This is the beginning of the next stage of his recovery. They do say Hamlin's actually been walking since Friday, eating regular food, undergoing therapy. He's on a normal, even accelerated trajectory in his recovery from cardiac arrest. Of course, cardiac arrest, a life-threatening event. Normal recovery can be measured from weeks to maybe months. But according to Dr. Pitts, we continue to be ecstatic about his recovery. So that is good news as we... Well, I guess we're now headed down the line to playoffs getting underway. Super Wild Card Weekend coming up next weekend. Well, a new week underway. What's going on? Horse Feathers out of the box.
Morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking the call. I guess Happy Tuesday is in order here. Taco Tuesday, Happy Tuesday, something like that.
Yes, sir.
So anyways, Can you explain to me how fuel prices are calculated and why fuel prices are what they are sometimes? Anyways, back there at the convenience store at the house there, we got gas at $3.29 and diesels at $4.29. Now we're down to a $1 a gallon difference when back in the height of everything, we had a $2 a gallon difference.
Correct.
So there's the first question is how come, it was $2 a gallon at the high point, and now it's only $1 a gallon. And anyways, I get up to Pennsylvania, and as I say, now I'm only paying attention to diesel here, but I get up to Pennsylvania, and as I say, diesel at home was $4.29. I get up to Pennsylvania, and I know fuel taxes are supposed to be higher in Pennsylvania than Maryland, so at the Sheet station on the right side of the highway when I get off, they're $4.99. And then I look at the Rudders on the other side of the exit where I'm getting off, and they're $5.59 yet. Can you explain to me the price differential all the way around there? Yeah, and here's the big question: when diesel fuel was up to $5.99 in Maryland, the Sheets was $5.99 in Pennsylvania, and the Rudders was like $6.29 or $6.39. There's only like a 30 or 40 cents difference between the Rudders and the Sheets. But why is there like a 50-cent gallon difference from one side of the highway to the other up in Pennsylvania? And where did that $2 change go from, the $2 difference go down in Maryland now that it's only $1? How can these things fluctuate so much, Your Honor?
I don't have any answers. I wish I knew. It's no rhyme or reason.
It's just crazy what they do to fuel prices and stuff. So, but anyways, I don't know. We don't have a whole lot other than that we're looking at there. So, looks like pretty clear skies and the moon's out. So, I guess we'll deal with that, and I guess we're going to hook the trailer up. We'll just pull it into the loading rack and see if we can accomplish something here. So, with all that, I guess we'll let you go out and see if there's any intelligent callers out here on a Tuesday morning.
Let's hope we can find some. So, yeah, dial us up at 844-844-3388. Now, question to the fuel prices, I did notice locally, we saw a pretty dramatic jump. It's been 4 or 5 days ago. It was like a 30-cent jump overnight. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Now, we go back. Yeah, remember the bitter cold snap that swept all the way down to the Gulf Coast just before Christmas, many waking up to the coldest Christmas in 40 years on December the 25th. It was a couple days later on December the 27th, and I was unawares at the time that the cold was impacting some of the refinery operations there on the Gulf Coast. Now, Reuters reports the largest U.S. crude oil refinery began on Sunday. Now, this was back 2 days after Christmas. Christmas was on Sunday, and so I guess this would have been Monday, Tuesday, to restart some of the key units central to its capacity and motor fuel production following a near total shutdown when that severe cold weather moved in. A notice filed by Motiva Enterprises with the regulators, the restart of units at Motiva's 626,000 barrel per day Port Arthur, Texas refinery, they said at the time, could take up to 16 days. According to the notice filed with the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality, the largest two crude distillation units, or CDUs as they call them for short, 350,000 barrel per day VPS 5 and the 200,000 barrel per day VPS 4 are among the units to restart by January 11th, which is tomorrow. The refinery's 3 CDUs do the initial refining of crude oil, breaking it down into feedstock for all the other units. Sources told Reuters that the refinery had been idled due to the bitter cold. The refinery's 81,000 barrel per day gasoline producing fluidic catalytic cracker and the 105,000 barrel per day diesel producing hydro cracker were also shut and scheduled to restart. The 2 cokers, 54,000 barrel per day coker 1 and 110,000 barrel per day coker number 2 were slated for restart as well. Cokers convert residual crude oil from distillation units into motor fuel feedstock or petroleum coke, which can be used as a substitute for coal. Now, that was along the Gulf Coast. I didn't realize at the time, I hadn't seen or heard anything, that the cold had actually shut down. Yeah, one of the largest refineries in the country completely shut it down. Now, then I guess we had, was it just last week? Yeah, I think we touched on this Colorado. Colorado has the one and only oil and gas refinery that is offline right now. And this thing may not be back in operation until maybe late March, raising concerns about gas prices and local air quality after a series of recent incidents. Suncor Energy announced that they had closed their Commerce City refinery on Christmas Eve due to the extreme record-setting cold. Did not mention a pair of recent fires, one of which injured 2 workers on Christmas Eve, but they did acknowledge extensive damage at the facility. The inspection and repair of the damaged equipment are ongoing. Based on the current assessment, we anticipate a progressive restart of the facility with a return to full operations late in the first quarter of this year, 2023. So this thing may be offline for several more months. This shutdown will disrupt local gas and diesel resources, according to the executive director of the Colorado-Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association. Suncor supplies between 35 and 40% of all the gasoline sold in the state of Colorado. They also note this facility was a primary source of asphalt and produces about a third of the jet fuel for Denver International Airport. So that's a pretty significant announcement. We anticipate a drastic wholesale price increase in the next few weeks, they said at the time, and then depending on how other suppliers in the market can compensate, you're going to see abnormally high gas and diesel prices. He added many gas stations could close pumps to conserve supplies for fire departments, hospitals, and other essential services. There's going to be likely stations that have bags on the pumps. Now, the problems at this facility, the Suncor facility, appeared to begin during the extreme cold snap along the Front Range. In an emergency alert issued on December 20th, the company said they had started to shut down part of the facility in response to the frigid weather. A few days later, the company said the shutdown process actually led to a fire that injured 2 on, again, Christmas Eve. Transported to a nearby hospital with burns, the company then responded to a second fire on Tuesday afternoon after Christmas, which it said didn't result in any further injuries, but those incidents did lead to air pollution releases into neighborhoods around the facility. After the initial shutdown, spokesperson for the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment said Suncor has reported a series of excess emission events, releases of hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, visible smoke, and which is how the state refers to the release of dust or other visible particles. They did note the company's continuing to work at the time, shutting down the refinery, now only reporting excess sulfur dioxide emissions. So that's going to be, again, shut down for probably the next several months. It may be late March before that facility is back up and running. I haven't had any calls, discussion. Have we seen a big jump in the fuel prices? There in the likes of Colorado and right. I mean, if you imagine taking 35 to 40% of your gas supply offline for an extended period of time. Now, separately, Nevada has declared a liquid petroleum gas delivery emergency following the series of winter storms that brought extreme weather conditions to that state. The people and businesses of the state of Nevada depend on adequate propane supplies, especially during the winter months, among other things, to heat homes and power essential government and business equipment. As of Monday morning, this past morning, winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, flood warnings were in effect in Nevada, the Reno, Carson City, Minden area specifically. Winter weather advisories through late Tuesday afternoon as snow and rain accumulations could make travel very difficult to impossible, according to the National Weather Service in Reno. The Nevada Department of Transportation Reno began updating road conditions as well as chain law and snow tire requirements on January the 8th on their Twitter page. The latest information from the National Weather Service Reno said avalanche danger is also high in the area. Yeah, this is obviously all a part of these storms, which the media, the focus has been on California. But as these storms come in, obviously they're crossing other states out west. The order says the ongoing extreme weather in the state has slowed down the delivery of propane because it requires drivers delivering propane to travel greater distances than usual. So with this emergency, the state is suspending the hours of service requirements from the FMCSA regulations unless it is renewed. This suspension is set to expire 15 days from when it was issued. All right, so what else we have? Nevada's order comes just days after, of course, California issued a state of emergency, also because of the extreme weather conditions there. California's order also waives the hours of service requirements, along with fees, permits, and regulations. So there are quite a few disruptions ongoing around the country when it comes to fuel supplies right now. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Tuesday? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what else on the list? As we get the new year underway, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association entering its 50th anniversary year of fighting for the rights of the truckers. And OOIDA President Todd Spencer sat down to discuss the success, or some of the successes, plurally, I guess I should say, of the past 5 decades, as well as the direction the association is looking to go moving forward. Todd's been part of the organization for the past 41 years, kind of fondly reflecting on the humble beginnings of the organization after he shared the secret to its success. While the founding members saw a need for truckers to have a unified voice, it was the passion of the members that would ultimately get the organization off the ground, he said. We're fortunate there were enough truck drivers out there on the road that recognized this is something worth investing in. They put their support behind it. The engagement, the involvement from the members in the role of activists, communicating where it needed to be and showing support when they needed to. That was the key to success. Now, despite the achievements of 50 years, we obviously have to focus on the future. There's still plenty of battles left to fight. Things like increasing broker transparency, getting drivers access to restrooms, addressing the truck parking crisis, and fighting for higher pay. While we're working hard to address those issues, there's still more work to be done. With more than 150,000 members, the strength in numbers approach has served OOIDA well. That progress can be helped along with an increase of support as we encourage other drivers to join the fight. If you want the system to treat you fairly, you've got to be a participant. You've got to be a player. You have to get involved, he said. We've always made it a priority to create an atmosphere where truckers could get behind and show their support. And if enough do that, and if we're persistent enough, we are going to make some progress. Now, we've shared the last couple of nights, last couple of programs, the FMCSA laid out their priorities, what they're looking forward to proposed legislation. It wouldn't be legislation, regulations for the upcoming year. Speed limiters are one of the front and center items. There's a handful of others, updates to the electronic logging device mandate, including possibly eliminating the pre-2000 year model year engines exemption, requiring them to also begin operating on electronic logging devices. Meanwhile, switching over to Washington, D.C. All right, so finally, with the Speaker officially being settled in, Kevin McCarthy, and, of course, now I guess we can swear in the members of Congress and they can get to work. They can begin, what they're planning to move forward with. And we can start off with, indeed, one of the, I believe it may have been the first piece of legislation presented by the new Republican-controlled House. And this is one of the things they'd been highlighting is we're going to scrap the funding for these 87,000 new IRS agents. Several members have been saying that's going to be number one priority. Can it actually be accomplished? The House indeed passed that bill, that legislation this past day, taking back $80 million that was going to be used to expand the IRS and hire some 87,000 new agents. The vote touted by new Speaker Kevin McCarthy as an instance of a promise made and a promise kept. The vote was pretty much along party lines, 221 to 210. I believe there was one Republican that voted present. Now, just hours before the Monday night passage, the Biden administration's Office of Management and Budget laid into House Republicans seeking to reverse the new funding for the IRS, calling it reckless. With their first economic legislation of the new Congress, House Republicans are making clear their top economic priority is to allow the rich and multi-billion-dollar corporations skip out on their taxes. It's amazing how they try to twist the narrative, right? At the same time, making life harder for the ordinary middle-class families that pay the taxes that they owe. So, does this have to go to the Senate? Most of these things have to go to the Senate, and obviously, the Democrats control. So we'll try to break that down and get a better understanding coming up here. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. As we look at the clock, we close out hour number 1 like that on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. All 10,000 residents of a coastal California town evacuating as rain causes floods and mudslides. The Santa Barbara County town of Montecito is seeing its worst flooding in exactly 5 years. California Governor Gavin Newsom calling upon the National Guard.
State Chief of Media Relations Jonathan Sharoma says the Guard is always ready and always there.
We have 30 high water vehicles that are on standby to assist with the possible evacuation throughout Northern California.
National Guard personnel are prepared to help with everything from search and rescue to managing the slow traffic in and around the flooded areas. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
President Biden in Mexico talking migration after a weekend visit to the Texas border. Biden's critics say proposed changes to the nation's immigration rules won't be enough to stop a surge of border crossers who will likely be deported.
As long as they maintain a catch and release policy, people are going to still come.
Jessica Vaughn with the Center for Immigration Studies says there's nothing in the new priorities that put smugglers out of business. Authorities say more than 1,000 people were arrested in all following a riot targeting Brazil's Capitol buildings. The arrests came after thousands of supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro stormed government buildings in protest of what they claim was a stolen election. A special grand jury completing its work investigating former President Trump over whether he and his team violated the law in a 2020 election-related influence campaign in Georgia. That's according to a new court filing Monday. Michael Moore, former U.S. District Attorney, tells CNN what'll happen next.
This is the beginning of what we would see in a normal case. That is that the prosecutor now has to make a decision about whether or not she's going to seek actually a criminal indictment from a regular grand jury in Fulton County.
Stocks mixed to start the new week on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average turned negative in the final hour of trading, while the two other indices remained in the green. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Some damning evidence allegedly found in the basement of a missing mom's house in Massachusetts. Prosecutors say the husband of Anna Walsh, Brian Walsh, is being held after cops searched the house.
Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contains some blood.
Prosecutor Lynn Beeland adds surveillance video shows Brian Walsh bought hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies at Home Depot recently, which included mops, a bucket, and tarps. Walsh is accused of misleading investigators in their search for his wife after saying he last saw her on New Year's Day when she was taking a rideshare car to the airport. Turned out that might have been a lie. One former U.S. college athlete is looking at thousands of dollars in a windfall related to national anthem kneeling protest at her former school.
Former Virginia Tech women's soccer player Kirsten Henning, who accused her coach of benching her because she wouldn't kneel during the national anthem, will reportedly receive at least $100,000 as part of an agreement to dismiss a federal lawsuit. Kirsten will receive the award as part of a settlement in the lawsuit she filed in 2021 against head coach Charles Adair. I'm Lance Pry.
The Georgia Bulldogs are the champions of college football for the second straight year. They blew out TCU in Monday's college football playoff national title game in Southern California, 65-7. It completes a 15-0 season for the Bulldogs, who became the first team to repeat since Alabama in 2011 and 2012. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Yes, welcome back. Hour number 2. Underway on a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Mr. Kelly. Tom Kelly, that is, with TNCRadio.live. Good morning, Steve, and the cast of cartoon characters. Oh, he sent me the keyword. Oh, yeah, the keyword for our daily driver bonus to pay off the Christmas bills at TNCRadio.live. Today's keyword is wife. W-I-F-E. You know, the one that you gave the credit card to and racked up all those Christmas bills. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCradio.live app. Input that keyword, wife, and you'll be registered. Your chance to win $1,000 in today's Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway. All right. By the way, just a disclaimer, the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway on TNCradio.live is a nationwide cash contest involving multiple radio stations. For instructions on how to enter and see the complete rules, go to TNCradio.live and check the contest page. But we've been through this before. Yeah, you know the drill. Wife is today's keyword in our Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway. Coming up 5 o'clock this morning Eastern Time when we close out the overnight drive. Stick around. It's all-new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Tom and Dr. Chris continue the review of the social black belt. Ray Charles said, "Not one drop of my self-esteem depends on your approval." Knowing your ego boundaries are part of the process of building your strong mind. Then it's an encore presentation of Truckers Life Radio with our friends from TFC Global. Later, of course, in the morning, they'll be updating the traffic and weather issues around the country with ongoing information about the storms that continue to wreak havoc out west. Of course, heard on the news break there a few moments ago, Montecito, a community of about 10,000, the entire community, 10,000 under evacuation orders there. All right, Norman on board. California, he says, has an egg shortage, mostly caused by a law that requires all eggs sold in the state to be cage-free. We're talking up to $10 a dozen for eggs if you can find them. And yes, Norman, he is 100% correct. I had that story before me this past afternoon. Shoppers are shelling out extreme prices for eggs amid the ongoing outbreak of the bird flu that's killed millions of hens and left grocery stores struggling to stock eggs. If you can find them on the shelf, but you're paying, again, up to $10 for a dozen. Yeah, egg cases are bare across Los Angeles County this week, from Trader Joe's in Long Beach to Amazon Fresh in Inglewood, Target in Mid-City to Ralph's in Glendale, out of eggs. Yeah, where you do find eggs, again, you're paying an exorbitant price. People struggling to find eggs for less than $10 a dozen. The cheaper ones just aren't there. They say the average retail price for a dozen eggs is at $7.37 a dozen in California this week. Now, that's up from $4.83 just at the beginning of December. Eggs were $2.35 a dozen this time last year, according to the Department of Agriculture. Yeah, the resulting shortages and price increases have hit the poorest Californians hard, eating up inventories at the food banks, pinching families who rely on federal programs with strict buying guidelines. And it's only being exacerbated this year, as Norman said, as the new cage-free mandates take effect. And the demand continues to outstrip supply. They've had to kill 50 million chickens, and many of those lay cage-free, according to the head of Toby Egg Farms, which is one of the Los Angeles egg wholesalers. The other reason is California voted to have only cage-free eggs, but we don't have enough. All right, close to 4 million egg-laying hens in December were culled alone. I mean, more than 57 million chickens and turkeys have been culled since the outbreak began nearly a year ago, February of last year. That got underway. $10 a dozen. Who would have ever thought? All right, good morning to Timothy. Good morning, good night. Got to get the grandkids to school in the morning. Let's see here. Are you with me? Hello, Big Ed. Well, Steve, lo and behold, watching NBC News tonight, and to my surprise, Lester Holt finally gave the report about the pot farms in Oklahoma and about the killing that took place in Kingfisher County. And he even touched on the human trafficking and illegal Chinese workers working at these pot farms. Big Ed had brought that up on the program. Hell, it's been nearly a month ago, hadn't it? All right, good morning from Chickendale, Arkansas. There's Dave checking in. Yeah, Belly Checks says, I just woke up. Well, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it might be for you. Hillbilly Tex, hope your week's off to a good start. All right, one more. Dave says, Steve, I think everybody got it. If you can't get eggs at a reasonable price, I think you're bad. Just quit buying them until the prices come down. I mean, eggs, they can't be that important. All right, there you go. Yeah, I mean, eggs are crucial for so many things we cook, right? Now, how do you bake a cake without eggs? I don't know. Can you improvise with some mayonnaise or something? It is 844-844-3388. Eagle on board here on a Tuesday. What's happening, Eagle?
Oh, okay. Yeah, look like I'm the first caller tonight. I might call back in later on tonight then since I got in early. But I got some bad news, Steve. I got some real sad news. I don't know what to it happened about an hour or two ago, so details are starting to just coming out. I don't think I heard you say anything about it yet. But the two black women that support Donald Trump, Republicans, one of them named Diamond and Silk.
Yeah.
Did you hear that they said that she died tonight? I don't know what happened, but they said she was 51 years old, and I was shocked when I seen it on my cell phone. I was eating food in a restaurant, and it came on my phone about 2 hours ago that she died. Donald Trump sent out a message on his social media deal saying that she had passed away. So maybe more news will come out tomorrow on what was the cause of her death. But
I think
I'm kind of just, I hate to hear about something like that. What'd you say?
I believe they're saying she had a heart attack. I mean, all the information I got says I guess her heart just gave out.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know. The Donald Trump didn't say what the cause of her death was when he sent out the tweet on his social media. But maybe you could check onto it a little bit later and let people know what's going on. But I don't know what. But she's too young to die. I know she was only 51 years old. That's what they said. And she was one of the people that besides listening to your show and other stuff, she was one of the people that got me into supporting Donald Trump and trying to get him in the White House. Back when he was running for president. Diamond and Silk, she used to be at all his rallies and stuff. When Donald Trump was running for president. So yeah, it's a real bad, sad deal. So I hate to hear about it because a lot of people dropping. I don't know what's going on, but it's been the last month or so. A lot of celebrities and big name people been dying the last couple of weeks. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's not good. 2023 not starting out too good at all. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about what I had talked to you about last night before I get to the border situation about that 6-year-old kid that shot the school teacher up in Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned some more details about that today. They saying that his parents, well, no, that wasn't no surprise to me that his parents are drug addicts and they've been in and out of jail. Anybody that would let a 6-year-old kid get their hand on a gun, they didn't, it was obvious that they're not good parents. But, like I told you last night, Steve, it's just hard for me to imagine, a 6-year-old, somebody that young to be able to get his hands on a gun and actually know what to do with this weapon and take it to a school and shoot somebody. I never thought in my life, that I would hear about a 6-year-old doing something like that. It's just totally ridiculous. Those people, like I said, whoever the parents are, those people, they should, that kid, if he's, I don't know what they're going to do with him, put him in some kind of psychological, school, military or something. But his parents, they should never be allowed to have any kind of contact with this kid again ever. Because they're not good parents and they need to be placed in jail as far as I'm concerned. But they shouldn't have no contact with this boy as far as I'm concerned until they get some help for their problems too. But it just shows you the downfall of America, Steve. How down the drain this country is going. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And like I said, first you had to be worried about a masked intruder coming into and then that's another question. How did this kid get the gun into the school to begin with? I thought they were supposed to be fortifying these schools and having metal detectors and all these other things in interest of these schools around America. That's another question. How did this kid even get this gun into the school? That's something that they need to check in on, because what happened down here in Texas, where I live at over the summer, with all the massacre we had. So
sure.
It's just disgusting to even think of something to take place like that. Now, here's the deal with the border situation, Steve. I've been telling you for months and years now about Greg Abbott. We finally got I told you, this man here is the only defense that we have against the border crossings, the drugs, the aliens, and anything else that's coming across the border. This man here showed me, I already knew that Greg Abbott was a good man, Steve, but I learned some details. Do you realize that this man, that Joe Biden didn't even, still hasn't contacted this man and talked to him face to face? Greg Abbott had to get on his own airplane and fly to El Paso, Texas, and he met, when Joe Biden walked down the steps of Air Force One, Greg Abbott, he's in a wheelchair. He rolled up to Joe Biden and handed him a letter telling him that he's responsible for what's going on with this border. And that shows you a real man. So anybody who's looking for somebody to run for president, if Donald Trump doesn't want to get involved, Greg Abbott is a man that you can put your trust and your faith in, just like the man in Florida. He made a special trip down to El Paso, Steve, so he could meet Joe Biden face to face and hand him that paper, showing him all the devastation that these immigrants in the wide open borders, the drugs, the crime, the gangs, and all this other stuff that came in. He made a special trip down to Joe just to show Joe Biden that, and that showed me a lot about that man and what he means to the border and what he means about Texas. Like I said, he don't deploy the National Guard. He's don't put state troopers on the border, Steve. This guy, Greg Abbott, is a man that needs the respect to everybody in America, because I know I respect the man, and because he's doing everything he can to make the border safe, unlike Joe Biden. Now, I don't know what was discussed with him and the Mexican president today, because he was in Mexico City. Who knows what they discussed. But like I told you last week, one of the things that he should have discussed with this man was reinstalling the Remain in Mexico policy, which means that you will remain in Mexico until you receive your asylum hearing. And that'll put a complete stop to a lot of this stuff. So hopefully Joe Biden at least did that to have these people remain in Mexico, because things are out of control, Steve. You see the drugs that are coming in. I think they say 200 to 300 people die every day of fentanyl. They got videos of police. This stuff is so strong that it can kill you, Steve. You seen the video of the police officer. She was just doing a routine police check, and she somehow, I don't know, she just barely got in contact with the drug, and she fell down to the ground. That's how dangerous this drug is. Joe Biden needs to figure out, he needs to work with every governor on the southern border to make sure this drug doesn't get into the United States and start killing even more people. So, like I said, hopefully things will go a little bit better, Steve. I think Joe Biden finally felt the heat, because the people in America, they starting to get fed up with it. And, I think Joe Biden, he didn't want to go down to the border, but he was forced to go down there because of all the pressure and what the scenes that people are seeing on television. And a lot of people are appalled at what they're seeing. And Joe Biden had no choice. He probably won't do anything, but he at least had to show his face to act like he cared. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, about this football player guy. Okay, now less than a week after this man has a heart attack, well, 2 heart attacks, so they say, they claim that he's on his way back to Buffalo, New York. He's already so-called being released out of the hospital back to Buffalo to continue his life. I don't know if he's going to be able to play football in the future or what, but they say that the man is leaving the hospital. So maybe you could update people on that and check out on the this Diamond and Silk and see what you can find out about that. Now, thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, DeMar, he's still in the hospital, but he was transferred out of Cincinnati back to Buffalo, and no longer in critical condition, updated to stable condition. Walking, talking, eating normal food, going through rehab. Apparently, there was some rather significant lung damage that had occurred. So I don't know how long it takes for the lungs to recover from that. But all right, Eric sends me a sign. Where was that from? Let me scroll down here. The Sunshine Cafe in Seymour, Indiana, which has a sign, I guess, on the front door, which reads, as of January 1st, our egg prices will be increasing 25 cents per egg due to the increase of produce prices. 6 months ago, per case, eggs were $17. Now, per case of eggs is $92. Sorry for the inconvenience. So, yeah, like I guess when you order your morning breakfast, 25, you have 2 eggs, 3 eggs, at 25 cents an egg increase in price here in Seymour, Indiana. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. I guess technically tomorrow, our Wednesday morning show. Yeah, it'll be a kind of a special anniversary show, 2-year anniversary, believe it or not, of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. 2 years. Got an email from the CNI Dog. Said, Steve, just want to wish you and the listeners happy anniversary. I'm happy that your show lives on and has many ways of media. I feel this is just the start of something big. But by the way, listening to your show and remembering your trip, your cruise out of New Orleans with Bourbon Street Gary kind of inspired me to take a trip to Bourbon Street. And he sent me a few pictures from this past day. He says, be safe, God bless. I guess early on a Monday, not a whole lot of action there on Bourbon Street, but yeah, a few folks walking around, and yeah, kind of amazing how the street looks pretty darn clean. It just doesn't look like that during Mardi Gras, does it? All right, again, we'll get to your calls coming up. Let me first, I mentioned, first piece of legislation coming out of the now Republican-controlled House. Defunding, taking the, $80 million that was slated to hire 87,000 new Internal Revenue Service agents. As I suggested, anything the House does regarding budgeting has an uphill fight to get approval from a Democrat-controlled Senate, and then, lastly, signed by President Biden. Now, Claudia Tenney of New York said she was going to reintroduce a bill that would redirect the funds that was supposed to hire those 87,000 agents and redirect those funds to the southern border, to like the Border Patrol agency to try and secure the border. But yeah, there's the key. It has to go through a Democrat-controlled Senate. What are the chances of that? Slim to none, I would think. And then, of course, ultimately, you have to get the signature of the president, and that ain't going to happen. It is 844-844-3388. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A parade of cyclones beating an already storm-weary California, bringing threats of flooding and landslides. Thousands of evacuations underway in Northern California. National Weather Service meteorologist Courtney Carpenter says another series of storms is about to move in.
We're looking at our next round of heavy rain with this system moving in tonight into Tuesday morning. This will bring a period of gusty winds.
Following a brief break, another atmospheric river arrives late Friday through Sunday, with the heaviest rainfall expected on Saturday. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is back home at a new hospital.
Damar Hamlin has been released and returned to Buffalo.
Dr. William Knight of the University of Cincinnati Medical Center said Hamlin returned to his home city and is starting the next phase of his recovery. On Sunday, Hamlin posted pictures and updates on social media as he watched the Bills' regular season finale against the New England Patriots. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
vehicles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back here. Back to the question. So the House passes legislation which now has to go through the Democrat-controlled Senate. Yeah, again, it's tight. Not as tight as it was prior to the November election. Of course, the Democrats picked up an additional seat. Now, Claudia Tenney, she said she's hoping, I don't know, now don't hold your breath, hoping the conservative direction the House will be taking on funding and policy will give Republicans some leverage to force the Democrats and the president into a compromise. She said, quote, think about this, because we know that we're going to stand for conservative values, and we have some strong conservatives. We think that's our secret weapon. We can get the Senate and the Biden administration to understand if they don't comply and they don't come at least to the middle and compromise, they're not going to get anything done either. Pretty much a stalemate. We've got a little more leverage than we thought with this narrow majority. So it's good we actually held their feet to the fire, got Kevin McCarthy to make some concessions to give us some strength as individual members and empower us. I mean, hope, you can hope. But yeah, who was it the other night that said, Steve, you can't get them to make, there is no meeting in the middle with that bunch. So I guess time will tell. We'll find out one way or the other, right? So it probably won't take long. Someone brought it up on the program last evening. Can't recall who that was. Tim Gentry, the truck driver with quite a large following on his YouTube channel. Sorting through the rubble after a major fire destroyed his company's shop. Tim Gentry with Sweetwater, Tennessee-based Gentry & Sons Trucking, best known for the YouTube channel filled with videos of custom truck projects. I mean, his channel has like 200,000 subscribers. According to the report I came across from CDL Life this past day, on January 4th, Gentry & Sons Trucking experienced an overnight fire in the shop that left the building, the tools, the parts inside, and equipment near the building pretty much a total loss, according to Ashley Gentry. They released a couple of videos. No one was injured, thankfully, but in the first video, Tim and Ashley discuss the fire, talk about the ramifications of the event on their family, their workers, and their business as a whole. The video also features some GoPro footage of the two arriving on the scene, discovering the fire at the facility. There's a second video which depicts the crew checking out the damage at the shop and ultimately finding out the damage was apparently way worse than they initially thought it was going to be. So, they've set up a GoFundMe for Gentry & Sons Trucking. Meanwhile, let's see. Scarecrow is on board. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Hey there, Steve. The report yesterday was that was it Hamilton? Is that his last name?
Hamlin.
Football player there.
Hamlin.
He'd been watching the Buffalo game. He must have been sitting in the chair or whatever, but they said he actually leaped out of the chair at one point, which set off all kinds of bells and whistles, and emergency crew came on the run. But it kind of reminded me back in '06 after my heart attack. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and just out of the blue, a couple staffers, they came on the run, banging on the door, and apparently my monitors and everything are setting all kinds of alerts off at the nurses station, and I was just cleaning up, man. But hey, let's not be spreading the word about the egg prices there, man. If Hillbilly Tex hears they're going up anymore, he's going to be out there throwing them cowbells at the egg trucks going by instead of ringing them bells. I remember a couple weeks back he was pretty much spitting tacks about the prices going up their way. We'll keep that between the two of us there, then, okay?
Okay.
We'll count on him not be listening at this very moment. Just about every news report now, and the national news and such, it's California. They're kind of heading up the stories, and it gets our attention. In particular, too, has been a lot mentioned about Sacramento County and such. Our kids, their home is there. They have a management company, taking care of their renting out while they're gone. But so I just messaged him a few minutes ago to see if he's heard anything. Now, no reports of damage or such, but he says it sounds like the neighborhood there's lots and lots of trees, down and such already. They're a little burb of Roseville. It's just a burb of Sacramento, but no, he didn't have any rainfall volumes or quantities or such. But I guess in his eyes, no news is good news on their end anyway.
Sure.
Heat wave there, or horse feathers rather. It does bring up a curiosity how the prices can fluctuate that much with two stations, within eyesight of each other. Traditionally it seems if they're within a penny or two, more than a penny or two difference, that's out of the ordinary. They must sit there with binoculars they have at the fuel desk. They must sit there and scan the competition signboards every couple hours to make sure that they're not losing out on a penny or two a gallon there. But no, my thoughts are that given his work environment and such, he'd probably have the answers for the rest of us on, the driving forces of, gas and diesel and all that. But I guess when he says looking for more intelligent callers, I guess that certainly falls into place at that moment. Steve, in a roundabout way, I think I have failed you. My intent had to been to present you with a special coin from my son over Christmas, our challenge coin. I had two of them sitting on our dresser at home, and one was coming your way, but at about that time I was told, well, no, that's meant for his brother. So, and when I put it to him about maybe obtaining another, the inventory is not there at the moment, and he has to order them in lots of 50. He has special engraving on them. So,
Yep.
But if it comes around, Bud, we're going to make a point. I know you have an appreciation for the challenge coins and such. So, but if it doesn't happen, you may have to settle for another Blatz care package or such.
Well, it's the thought that counts. I understand.
Okay. Well, we'll have to let that one slide for the moment here. Referencing last night's program, I said I had a little education for the listeners out here. And I'd like to take, particularly the drivers out here, I'd like to take them to school for a minute or two or three or four. This goes back to, New Year's Day. I mentioned last night we had a gathering at our house. And when the guests were leaving, and by about 8 p.m. or so, there was some activity in the road out in front of our place. Now, I have to make note, we live in the town of Holland in La Crosse County, Wisconsin. Now, that's an important point here now. The truck, I could see it was a truck, looking down through some cedar trees, foliage and whatnot. It almost looked like bags of cement on there. I couldn't tell if it was a flat. I knew it was a flatbed, but it was a trailer or whatever, a straight truck. And it did not fully surprise me because even though this was a Sunday, earlier in the day there'd been a roll-off recycling truck, dumpster truck that had been back in the valley. And so I thought, well, there's a home improvement project or something going on. So the fact there is maybe some cement bags being delivered, whatever. Now this is just a town road we live on, Steve. For two full-size trucks to meet is really pushing it. It's a paved road, but a dead end. Now, the truck, it did move, an hour or so went past, and it's just driving the heck out of me. What is going on down here? So now we're going to go to the pages of Diesel Driving 101, and we're going to go to the chapter on GPS navigation. Steve, I got down there, and this guy had Arizona tags on the truck. Heat Wave, maybe you'd recognize it. White International with orange fenders. That's the best I didn't catch the name on it. But 53-foot flatbed with a spread axle. He had a full load of onions. Now, Steve, it's 31 degrees out at that point. Now, the onions are exposed, no tarps or anything on it. And so I walked up to the guy. He's pretty casual about everything. And although he was going through Lucky Strikes at about a pack an hour, no doubt, but he was relatively calm about the whole situation. And he realized once he got on our town road that he's off the beaten path, to say the least. So he'd been looking for a place to turn around, and I could only think of one chance he would have had, and that was a half mile behind him now. So the little road he turned up, Steve, you'd have to see this to understand, and trying to get in his mind what he was thinking of. He backed straight up, which intersected the road he had been on. He backed off the edge to where both trailer axles dropped off the roadway. Now, at the point he stopped, the rear axle is suspended about 5 to 6 feet off the ground, and this is a pretty significant drop off right here. I mean, he was going nowhere. The landing gear was on the pavement and such, and I said, "Man, this is going to take more than a little towing company." We went through this a few years back. A school bus had gone off that embankment, and it took a company with a rotator to get that lifted out of there. So I gave them the name of a couple local companies, and they were. I think the bottom line, nobody wanted to come out on on New Year's night, like that. But regardless, he said he couldn't get anybody out till about 8 o'clock the following morning.
Wow.
I couldn't think of anybody else to call, and now I went back, talked to him again a little bit later, and I said, "Are you supposed to be in Holland, Wisconsin?" He said, "Well, yeah." Well, because I knew there was a Holland, Wisconsin. Now, remember I said we're in the town of Holland right now. Well, the Holland, Wisconsin is over near Green Bay. Now, and I'm questioning if he maybe even was supposed to be in Holland, Michigan. I don't know. Either way, he'd been following his GPS, which somehow brought him to western Wisconsin. And like I say, he turned on our town road. And I don't know whatever became of him. I'd like to hear if the receiver actually accepted those frozen onions like that.
Yeah.
But about 11 o'clock, see a county squad car showed up. So I knew darn well he wasn't going to be sleeping there overnight. And so I went to bed. I didn't go out Sunday night. So the bride, she come woke me about 1:30. She said, "Where's activity out here now?" And so I looked out. There's 2 triaxle recovery vehicles down there now, and I didn't catch the name on or whatever. But they did get them jerked out, which surprised me. I figured they were going to have to lift that trailer up as far down as those axles were over the embankment. I figured they're going to rip that forward axle right off that trailer. But yeah, he'd poked in the information into his GPS, and he was following that guidance. So I guess my rule of thumb from day one, anybody going trucking, get yourself a cheap atlas to begin with, so you got something to reference. Technology and all is fine and dandy, but you have something in black and white in front of you, so at least you can get a reference in such way. I'm curious if he still has a job or not,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm thinking to get those 2 units to come out on a holiday night. Of course, I guess it wasn't a holiday anymore once it's Monday, but $1,000 an hour doesn't go very far when you get involved in activities like that. So there's my my truck driving educational 101 session for the moment here, Steve. That's as close to intelligent callers I'm going to get here at the moment. So
very good.
We're gonna go throw some fuel at the tanks here now and prepare for the next round. Thanks for taking my call.
Have a good morning. You got it. Thanks for checking in. All right, 844-844-3388. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to save 15% off your order, simply go to goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil products. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you will indeed get 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com. All right, the cost of automobiles. Yeah, the prices going up through the roof, right? What kind of a car payment can you handle? There are apparently more and more people out there that are taking out car loans with the cost of the monthly payment, in many cases, more than a mortgage payment. According to the report from Bloomberg, the percentage of U.S. consumers paying at least $1,000 a month for their cars has soared to a record. Concerns that there's a lot of people that may be getting in over their heads. Almost 16% of consumers who financed a new car in the fourth quarter have monthly payments reaching that level, $1,000. According to the numbers from Edmunds.com, a provider of data on the automotive industry, the share of auto owners paying that much was just 6.7% in the fourth quarter of 2020. Used car prices have been softening a bit over the past few months, but the banks are warning of trouble ahead in auto loans, a potential wave of missed loan payments followed by repossessions should consumers owe more than their car's worth. In the meantime, automobile debt continues to climb, and the average new car price has soared to a record of almost $50,000. Wall Street, they say, is holding its breath as the threat of recession looms, which has the potential to hurt both borrowers and lenders. Outstanding U.S. auto loans were at $1.52 trillion in the third quarter of last year, up from $1.44 trillion a year earlier, while remaining slightly lower than student loan debt and far below mortgage debt. Mortgage debt in this country, almost $11.7 trillion, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. But $1,000 a month car payment, off the rails. All right, we'll get to Steve in Florida. Good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Steve, good morning. How was your weekend, buddy?
Short and sweet. You know, after a big, long holiday vacation weekend, a regular old weekend, just, boy, that went by quick.
Yes, sir. Sure does. Give a shout out to my driver buddy friend up there in Chicago, CNI Dog. Hopefully he makes it back to Chicago after his nationwide trip. Guy drives 3,000 miles a week in a truck, and then he's driving around the United States for his vacation.
Really?
Yeah. He drives all over the place, even on vacation. So shout out to him. Steve, you're talking about the Democrats. They don't want to get anything done, right? Didn't Mitch McConnell say they want to meet at the 40-yard line?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, we'll meet at the 40-yard line. Speaking of the 40-yard line, Steve, I don't think TCU crossed the 40-yard line more than 3 times tonight.
I did not get to tune into the game. Like I said, I pulled it up on the internet. It was already 65-7. I think there was about 5 or 6 minutes left in the game, something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, good
Lord.
Lord.
It was over in the first half, Steve. It was like 31-7 in the first half.
Yeah.
It was pretty much done. But how about them Dogs? Hey, Steve, I don't know. Did you hear about Joe Biden's beach house getting raided yesterday?
I don't know if would the word be raided. I mean, what they found some classified documents or something, and I guess they immediately called the archives, and they're working with them. They didn't get a whole lot of detail.
Yeah, I didn't hear about a raid either, Steve. Makes me kind of wonder, right?
Oh, okay.
Some people's homes get raided and some people's don't, right?
You were being facetious was the word. Yeah. They found classified documents, yes, but they immediately called the National Archives and all that, and we've turned over the approach. The question, they didn't specify what he had at the office there, but they said it was just a handful of documents.
Here's the thing, Steve. The only person that can have classified documents is the President of the United States. He's the only one that can declassify them. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was not allowed to have classified information after she left office. Take it home with her. And neither was Joe Biden because he was vice president. But they need to impeach that guy's ass, Steve. Seriously. That whole thing on the border today, yesterday, that was all staged. There's thousands of people sleeping in the streets of El Paso. He didn't get to see that, did he? He said, everything's fine down here.
I saw they said that, El Paso got out there and they cleaned up all those encampments before the president arrived. Yeah, so it's like, nothing to see here. Hey, we got to get our news break back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. All 10,000 residents of a coastal California town evacuating as rain causes floods and mudslides. The Santa Barbara County town of Montecito is seeing its worst flooding in exactly 5 years. California Governor Gavin Newsom calling upon the National Guard.
State Chief of Media Relations Jonathan Sharoma says the Guard is always ready and always there.
We have 30 high water vehicles that are on standby to assist with the possible evacuation throughout Northern California.
National Guard personnel are prepared to help with everything from search and rescue to managing the slow traffic in and around the flooded areas. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
President Biden in Mexico. talking migration after a weekend visit to the Texas border. Biden's critics say proposed changes to the nation's immigration rules won't be enough to stop a surge of border crossers who will likely be deported.
As long as they maintain a catch and release policy, people are going to still come.
Jessica Vaughn with the Center for Immigration Studies says there's nothing in the new priorities that put smugglers out of business. Authorities say more than 1,000 people were arrested in all following a riot targeting Brazil's Capitol buildings. The arrests came after thousands of supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro stormed government buildings in protest of what they claim was a stolen election. A special grand jury completing its work investigating former President Trump over whether he and his team violated the law in a 2020 election-related influence campaign in Georgia. That's according to a new court filing Monday. Michael Moore, former U.S. District Attorney, tells CNN what'll happen next.
This is the beginning of what we would see in a normal case. That is that the prosecutor now has to make a decision about whether or not she's going to seek actually a criminal indictment from a regular grand jury in Fulton County.
Stocks mixed to start the new week on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average turned negative in the final hour of trading, while the two other indices remained in the green. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Some damning evidence allegedly found in the basement of a missing mom's house in Massachusetts. Prosecutors say the husband of Anna Walsh, Brian Walsh, is being held after cops searched the house.
Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contains some blood.
Prosecutor Lynn Beeland adds surveillance video shows Brian Walsh bought hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies at Home Depot recently, which included mops, a bucket, and tarps. Walsh is accused of misleading investigators in their search for his wife after saying he last saw her on New Year's Day when she was taking a rideshare car to the airport. Turned out that might have been a lie. One former U.S. college athlete is looking at thousands of dollars in a windfall related to national anthem kneeling protest at her former school.
Former Virginia Tech women's soccer player Kirsten Henning, who accused her coach of benching her because she wouldn't kneel during the national anthem, will reportedly receive at least $100,000 as part of an agreement to dismiss a federal lawsuit. Kirsten will receive the award as part of a settlement in the lawsuit she filed in 2021 against head coach Charles Adair. I'm Lance Pry.
The Georgia Bulldogs are the champions of college football for the second straight year. They blew out TCU in Monday's college football playoff national title game in Southern California, 65-7. It completes a 15-0 season for the Bulldogs, who became the first team to repeat since Alabama in 2011 and 2012. USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, thank you much. Another hour off and rolling here. Got a Tuesday coming on, 10th day of January. One more time zone and we'll all be on the same page, right? As the West Coast awaits to roll into a Tuesday. And as I mentioned earlier, the big West Coast storm will ultimately be a coast-to-coast storm. When all is said and done, it's going to be bringing a variety of weather hazards as it shifts eastward to the Midwest and the Northeast later this week. Some will see heavy rain and wind, a slew of travel delays, and there's going to be a wintry side with the potential for some heavy snow in some locations across the northern tier. Oh, and then there's the in-between zone, between the rain and the snow, the icy mix zone that could create slick conditions. Now, the upcoming storm will be much stronger than an early week storm that brought some spotty snow and a wintry mix to parts of the Ohio Valley, the central Appalachians, on up into the Northeast Sunday into Monday. Now, this next one's going to tap into more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico as well as the Atlantic. Enough so that severe weather will be a concern as this system rolls across parts of the southern states. Now, before causing its share of headaches across the central and eastern U.S., obviously, as we speak, wreaking havoc in California early this week, torrential flooding, power outages, heavy mountain snow this past day. Well, as that storm begins to push east across the plains come Wednesday, we're going to watch for a pretty large area of rain breaking out from the central plains to the mid-Mississippi and the Ohio valleys. As that moisture pivots northward into progressively colder air Wednesday night, we'll be awaiting pockets of sleet, freezing rain, and ultimately snow to develop in northeastern Kansas, northern portions of Missouri, all the way up into portions of upstate New York and into New England. Temperatures may fluctuate throughout the storm, and it's going to be so close to the freezing mark. A change of just a couple degrees could mean a vast difference in snow and ice accumulations, and also play a role in how long the wintry conditions persist in some areas. One of the major cities and travel hubs forecasters are going to be keeping an eye on will be Chicago once again, since the storm's going to slide to the south and east of Chicago. There may be just enough cold air to allow one or maybe several periods of snow. One period of snow could occur on the front side of the storm. The other will be as the storm is moving away, since Chicago will be in that zone where both snow and rain can fall at a heavy rate for a time. It's possible several inches may pile up Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. It's also possible for frequent snow showers to develop off Lake Michigan come Friday of this week. So could be talking some slippery travel conditions later this week as our storm progresses across the country. Hello to Tom, checking in. Tom Spillman on board. Good morning. He says, Frank checks in. Good evening, good morning, whatever the case might be. All the listeners. Hello to Billy Lennon. Good morning, everybody from the Tar Heel State here on a Tuesday. Now back to Steve in Florida. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for taking me back, Steve. Getting back to this border situation. You know, Steve, the guesstimate right now is 5.5 million illegals have crossed that border into the United States. And yesterday, Joe Biden was touting something to make it even easier for illegals to come across the border. And it's called a certain app, a CDP-1 OEM. You can download it on Apple, Android. And what it is, Steve, it's an app where if someone's in Venezuela or Nicaragua or Colombia or wherever, and they want to come to the United States and seek asylum, they go on this app, they fill out the information. By the time they get to the border, they've already got an appointment to seek asylum. Did you hear about that?
That was that the LA Times story you sent me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. They're making it easier, Steve. That the DHS, that buffoon that runs the DHS, Mayorkas, and Biden were promoting that thing yesterday. I mean, Steve, that border, we all know what it's causing. The strain that it's putting on the hospitals, the emergency rooms, the schools, the taxpayers, the property taxes are going to have to go up to support these people. They are destroying this country, Steve, and within 5 years, they're going to bring this country down to its knees. There's no doubt about it. Because if Biden gets his way in the next 2 years, if this Congress cannot do anything to stop this border crisis, how many more millions are going to come in? 10? 15? It's just unbelievable. And the other thing that gets me too, Steve, is if these people are coming from piss-poor countries, like these Central American countries, where they don't have a dime in their pocket, how can they afford a cell phone? How can they afford an iPhone that's $800-900? A cell phone plan to pay for that on a monthly basis if they don't have a nickel. Steve, I really believe that this whole deal is being financed by a bunch of Democratic dark money. That's my opinion. I pulled into a truck stop, into a Flying J about a month ago in Ocala, Florida, Central Florida. I pulled through the fuel island to go get something to eat. I get out of my truck. I look over. Steve, there's like 50 people standing in front of the trucker entrance to get into the pilot. And I thought something happened. You know, maybe they locked down the place. You know, there was a water line that broke or something.
Mm-hmm.
All these people were standing outside. Steve, it was a busload of illegals. 50 of them on a brand new charter bus. These people were wearing better sports apparel than I've ever had in my life. I'm talking Nike, Under Armour, brand new gym shoes, all kinds of sports the different hats, the Dodgers and this and that. You know, every one of them had a brand new baseball cap on. Where are they getting this stuff? Somebody's paying for it.
Sure.
Somebody's paying for it. This is all a planned execution to destroy this country. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to get a lot worse, Steve. You know, I know Eagle keeps talking about the border every time he calls in, but he's right. You know, he lives down there. This is coming to a community near everyone that listens to this station. Even in my little rural town in Georgia. I see it in the ER when I took my wife there a couple of months ago. Steve, it was nothing but illegals in the ER. So that, you know, the strain that it's going to put on everything, even this, you know, you talk about the food supply with, you know, 20 more million mouths to feed. Our tax dollars at work. I mean, I just wish we had a say on where our tax dollars could go, but we don't. And if we don't pay them, what happens? But these people aren't contributing to society. They're not contributing to the tax base of this country to support it, and they probably won't, because they're going to be working like Big Ed was saying on these pot farms, you know, picking crops somewhere for cash. It's just, I don't know. I really don't talk about the border much, Steve. When I heard that last night about that app that they're putting out to make it easier for people to claim asylum, and really only 10% of the people that claim asylum are really eligible for asylum.
Right. And so many of them get let into the heart of the country waiting for their asylum hearing, and then either don't show up for the hearing or just kind of try to disappear and stay under the radar.
Yes, sir. It's just all a bunch of crap, Steve. It really is. And I don't know. This pisses me off that this country's going down the toilet fast. But anyway, I'll let you go with that. I appreciate you taking my call tonight, Steve. You have a good night.
All right, thanks for the heads up on the app. Yeah, facing the Los Angeles Times, facing a backup of tens of thousands of migrants stranded at the border. The Biden administration is betting on a technological fix, a.k.a. a mobile app. In recent weeks, border officials have taken an unprecedented step, quietly deploying a new app known as CBP-1, Customs and Border Protection 1, which relies on controversial facial recognition, geolocation, and cloud technology to collect, process, and store sensitive information on asylum seekers before they enter the United States. According to 3 privacy impact assessments conducted by the Homeland Security Department and experts who reviewed them for the LA Times. The Homeland Security Department assessments describe the app as necessary because border officials cannot process all these people at once who are seeking protection in the United States, but have been forced back into Mexico under the Trump-era policies that Biden has largely kept. Officials say it offers a safe and efficient technical solution. Homeland Security officials argue that such smart border innovation is more effective than the previous administration's walls and bans. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas told lawmakers last week the Biden administration was requesting $1.2 billion for modernizing ports of entry and border security technology, including ensuring safe, orderly, humane treatment of migrants. Mayorkas says, quote, "We are working tirelessly to rebuild our immigration system." Okay, rebuild. The Department of Homeland Security has signaled that its authority to use the app in this way may be tenuous, and there are some privacy risks that may be involved. Back in early May, Customs and Border Protection sought and received emergency approval from the Office of Management and Budget to use the app to collect advance information on undocumented individuals, bypassing the public comment and notification process that's required before launching new programs. Nevertheless, border officials have already enlisted international and non-governmental organizations, such as the United Nations Refugee Agency, to use the app. The organizations identify asylum seekers in Mexico who were subjected to the Trump-era policies, then submit their biographic and biometric information, including photographs, through the app to Customs and Border Protection. Customs and Border Protection primarily uses facial recognition to verify the information and determine whether the asylum seekers will be allowed to enter the United States to pursue their claims. When asked about the app, Customs and Border Protection spokesperson said late Saturday that using it was voluntary. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I'm looking at 22 past the hour, and a man who died after falling off a semi-truck in Pennsylvania. This is going back late last month. Kind of an update on that story. Identified as a veteran and a father, 39-year-old Paul Donnelly. He's the guy that climbed onto the tractor-trailer truck and lied down on the chassis between the cab and the trailer while it was stopped at an intersection in Pennsylvania on Christmas Day. He then held on to the underside of the chassis upside down as the truck pulled away, and out of camera view from the intersection, just under a minute later, the truck drove past Martin Avenue, and Donnelly was dislodged from the truck. I'm assuming run over, ultimately causing his fatal injuries. Found lying in the road a little after 12:30 in the morning. EMS responded to the scene, but he died of his injuries there. Donnelly was a Marine, a registered nurse, and a father of three. The big question, it's unclear why he climbed onto the tractor trailer there on Christmas Day. I can only assume maybe some mental issues involved there. Colorado authorities had to close a portion of westbound I-70 this past morning for a tractor-trailer collision just after 7 a.m. westbound I-70 near the Eisenhower Tunnel. According to the Summit Fire and EMS, a semi-tractor-trailer lost its brakes coming down towards Silverthorne and collided with the second truck, which overturned. The truck that overturned was hauling a load of pipe. A driver of the truck that overturned suffering minor injuries. Of course, the hazmat team had to be called in to clean up a fuel spill there. A couple of our industry headlines from CDL Life this Tuesday morning. Well, good morning, Hillbilly Tex. Hi there.
Morning, Steve. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell.
10-4, no doubt. Look here, Steve. I I woke up at 1 o'clock. I missed the first hour, but I woke up. It was cold. I forgot to build a fire before I fell asleep last night. So I woke up and I said, "Good Lord, I done missed the show." And but I got me a fire built now and everything. And hey, look here, Steve. I talking last Friday about them eggs.
Yes.
Okay, well, I went up there yesterday, and I've had them before in my survival bags and stuff, but Walmart didn't know what the hell I'm talking about. Powdered eggs.
Yeah.
So I went on Amazon yesterday, and I ordered me $60-some odd worth of powdered eggs. They shelf stable for like 10 or 20 years. Oh, I mean, you can't make a fried egg out of them, but you can make scrambled eggs, cooked cake, and cornbread and stuff. But yeah, it's kind of high. Depends on how much you want to spend, how big a bucket you get of them. But yeah, they pretty good, and but I don't know how long they're gonna last, So if you need any powdered eggs for cooking, you might ought to go to Amazon and get you some of them.
So I'm looking here, Amazon.com, 2 pounds or 32 ounces of powdered eggs, $51.95.
Oh yeah, I mean they high, but you don't need no refrigeration. All you need is a little water.
Yeah,
you can have scrambled a cake or something, and now Walmart they do have clarified butter in a jar. It's good on the shelf for 2 years. If you check your dates, you get 2 years out of clarified butter in a jar. You don't need no refrigeration either.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, times is going to get tough. Folks might ought to get to stocking up on that. Of course, old Pappy, he's been stocking up for several years, I think.
I know, he has, yes. I guess
I have too.
There's a bunch of different options out there, Tex, as far as I'm kind of scrolling down at some of these, like these survival food kit companies, looking at a whole bucket of powdered eggs in a bucket, 144 servings, but it's $153. Yeah, from the Wise Emergency Food Company, powdered eggs in a bucket. Hey, looky there. I'm looking at the clock. Hey, news break time. Hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is back in his home city. Doctors caring for Hamlin at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center said Hamlin returned to his home city and is starting the next phase of his recovery at Buffalo General Medical Center. On Sunday, Hamlin posted pictures and updates on social media as he watched the Bills' regular season finale against the New York Patriots. Hamlin collapsed on the field during the Bills' game against the Cincinnati Bengals last week after suffering cardiac arrest. Physicians said it'll still be too early to know if Hamlin will be able to play football again. They reiterated an update given last week that appears Hamlin is neurologically intact. Paramount Plus is releasing the teaser trailer for its upcoming series, Grease: Rise of the Pink Ladies. It takes place 4 years before the original Grease film. It follows 4 fed-up outcasts that want to have fun on their own terms and spark a moral debate that changes Rideau High forever. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, next up on the list, hello to Dipsy Driver, who says, good morning, Steve. And the most informed audience out there, good afternoon to our friends listening on the other hemisphere. Greetings from Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. It was great to talk with you yesterday. Anyone listening that haven't called in, you should know Steve's very easy to talk to. Yes, he is. Thank you. Not sure how long I'll be able to listen this morning. Got an appointment at 11 a.m., but I guess tuned in for the moment. Have another great show as always. Thank you. Thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you, Dipsy Driver. Yeah, let me get back and finish up with Hillbilly Tex there. Thanks for hanging in there, Tex.
Oh, yes, sir. I thought my phone done went haywire again. But, yeah, Steve, it's got to where if I can find some of that stuff, if it just needs some water, I'm going to buy it, you know, like powdered milk and stuff like that, you know.
Emergency rations.
Anything don't, sir?
Emergency rations.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And water purification is one big thing. You know, iodine tablets or some kind of way of filtering your water. You know, Clorox is good for water. But yeah, just if it just takes a little water to make a meal, that's all you need. And I'm just, I may not live long enough to use this stuff, but I got it if I need it.
That's what counts, right?
Well, I know you was reading them prices on them powdered eggs, but lots of folks don't even know they made powdered eggs. Here, we've been carrying them camping and stuff for years, you know. But, yeah, just, y'all get you some baking soda, baking powder, and some powdered eggs and powdered milk. As long as you got water, you can make a pan of cornbread.
When you go when you go on a cruise ship, Tex, I hope people don't think they're eating actual. They ain't cracking that many eggs because they're making eggs for literally thousands of people every morning. Yeah, them are powdered eggs. Sometimes you get a little too much water in me, a little runny eggs. All right, Hillbilly Tex, thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. I guess next on the list, what else can we ban in this country? The next on the list may actually be your gas stove. A federal agency says a ban on gas stoves is on the table amid rising concerns about harmful indoor air pollutants emitted by the appliances. The Consumer Product Safety Commission plans to take action to address the pollution which can cause health and respiratory problems. According to an agency commissioner, he said, "This is a hidden hazard. Any option is on the table. Products that cannot be made safe can be banned." We're talking about your natural gas stove. Now, I didn't know it was still that popular. Natural gas stoves are used in about 40% of homes in this country. They emit air pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and fine particulate matter at levels the EPA and the World Health Organization say are unsafe and linked to respiratory illness, cardiovascular problems, cancer, and other health conditions. According to the reports by groups such as the Institute for Policy Integrity and the American Chemical Society. Consumer Reports urging consumers back in October, if you're planning to buy a new stove or range, consider going electric after tests conducted by the group found high levels of nitrogen oxide gases from gas stoves. New research published last month in the Internal Journal of Environmental Research found that more than 12% of childhood asthma cases in this country can be attributed, they say, to gas stove use. There's about 50 years of health studies showing gas stoves are bad for your health. And the strongest evidence is children and children's asthma. The Bethesda, Maryland-based Consumer Product Safety Commission, which has a staff of roughly 500, plans to open public comment on hazards posed by gas stoves later this winter. Now, besides barring the manufacture or import of gas stoves, options include setting standards on emissions from the appliances. Lawmakers have weighed in, asking the commission to consider requiring maybe warning labels, range hoods, and performance standards. lawmakers urged action and called gas stove emissions a cumulative burden on Black, Latino, and low-income households that disproportionately experience air pollution. Okay, maybe the gas stove going to be the next thing of the past, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with 5-7 this Tuesday morning. What's happening?
I don't know. My alarm clock didn't go off because the electric wasn't on. So I get out of bed in a cold house because the heat, my gas furnace, I had to get rid of it because the government told me to. So the electric heat, I'm freezing my toes off. I go into the kitchen. I can't make coffee because my gas stove. I used to be able to take an old percolator there, and, if the electric was out. But now I don't have that. Reach into the refrigerator for my powdered eggs. Well, ain't much I can do about the powdered eggs because I can't cook them. Let's see. I reach over to my cell phone to try to call my boss and find out my cell phone didn't charge. So I have no way to call my boss because of the cell phone's dead. It didn't charge overnight. And I walk out into the garage, and I'm thinking, how am I going to call my boss? I ain't got a cell phone to let him know that I can't drive to work because my car didn't charge up. I mean, somebody, please, wake me up. And don't worry about it, Steve. Don't worry about it. You're saying America only has about 5 years before it's, drugged down. I think Yorenberg, that young lady, and Al Gore, and all of them said we only had 12 years left before the world was going to come to an end. So, and that was 6 years ago. So we got 4 good years, boys. Let's get in there and have a good old time, So, good Lord. And I did want to bring up, I thought somebody would have yesterday, and I'm glad that they're doing something about the IRS agents. I'm still wondering, if they can stop the money, to stop the check. It doesn't matter if the Senate votes for, for all these IRS agents. I still think, maybe I'm wrong, but the way Marjorie Taylor Greene was explaining it, they can cut the funding. They're the ones that writes the check, and they can stop the check, not the Senate. So this will be interesting, and maybe we're finding some kind of sense in our politics. And McCarthy, I would urge anybody, if you wonder why the big deal over McCarthy, just type in. I finally did. Last weekend I go McCarthy's voting record. And I mean he voted for the stimulus. He voted for all that money going to Ukraine. In his past, he voted for the draft to include women. And he also voted for the vaccination, forced vaccination of our troops. So, I'm sorry these guys that stood, the 19 that stood up, sounds like, I was expecting them to have, 5 could stand up and have a recall of McCarthy. I thought, that'd be cool. But I think they did a pretty good job there. So McCarthy's going to, they're going to have to, the Republicans are going to have to, get things worked out, or they're not going anywhere with it. And guess what? When they're not doing anything, or they're not going anywhere with it, and everybody else, the Democrats and the media, they ain't getting nothing done. That means they're not spending our money. So if we can slow them down on spending our money, maybe the economy will catch up to them. I don't know. But I thought that was amazing they'd be able to do that. Now the investigations, I've seen a reel that showed the investigations that they are planning on moving forward with.
Yeah.
It starts with Hunter Biden. also crosses over into the involvement for the FBI. Then it crosses over into the Justice Department, and it sounds, here's a word that you constantly hear. It means absolutely nothing, but it sounds like it's a comprehensive investigation. Comprehensive. I love that word. It's useless. But by gosh, if they do what they're claiming they're going to do, that's it's going to cover everything. And I just, I know it ain't going to be nothing but a whiny session. And but that's good because it's going to bring it, keep them talking about it. And maybe in 2 years they'll do something. But this omnibus bill took the power away from the Republicans, really for this whole 1 year. So if they're able to cut into it, that I understand, and a lot of that was dropped by Nancy Pelosi. She made rule changes when she was ahead, so they're got a few things they're going to have to reverse that Nancy Pelosi threw out there. Hey, and I heard something. I heard news. They did take time to name a room up in the Capitol after Nancy Pelosi. And Lord, I hope it's the ladies' room. Other than that, we're going to sit back.
Oh boy, yeah, the toilet room, right? Now I don't know what Marjorie Taylor Greene said, but 5-7 several times said that they hold the purse strings. Yeah, several stories, and here's another I'll share with you, which, as we already know, they did indeed pass the legislation this past evening to remove the funding for the new IRS agents. It's supposed to be 87,000 new agents over the next 10 years. The House Republicans plan to strip away the vast majority of funding earmarked for the IRS expansion, minus any technical advancements and people answering the dadgum phones, according to Representative Tim Burkett of Tennessee. Because we need people to answer the dadgum phones. That was his quote, dadgum. After the House bill presumably passes, which it did, Burkett said it would then be up to the Democrat-led Senate to approve the deal. The Tennessee Republican would make no promises for what the Senate, which of course is 49 Democrats, 49 Republicans, and 2 left-leaning independents, a.k.a. Bernie Sanders and Kyrsten Sinema. What might they do with the IRS funding appeal? Burkett already has a strong sense of where the public's leaning on this particular issue, though. He says, I have received not a single phone call from any U.S. citizen demanding more IRS agents. I cannot dream what the Senate will do, but I know there will be people ringing their phones if they vote otherwise. To which I would say, Mr. Burkett, I don't think they frankly give a damn, because they've already voted otherwise, even with major coverage, news coverage, broadcasting that these 87,000 agents, which made headline after headline when they were pushing to this big spending bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Democrats voted for it anyway. So, Newsmax this past evening said the White House Office of Management and Budget already slamming House Republicans' effort to strip away the IRS expansion funding, warning that this measure would not have the votes to pass the Senate. There you go. It's not going to pass the Senate, according to the Office of Management and Budget. So it does have to go through the Senate. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, about 8 before the hour. What's going on with Pappy this Tuesday? Hey there.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, it just kind of goes to show the importance of having the House and the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how important these elections really are, Steve. Hey, caller Steve, another great call by him, man. Makes a good point on where's this money coming from, who's behind all this border raiding and stuff. Steve, I think it goes beyond our own borders. The UN's involved in this. Go back and look at Germany and France the last couple of years. Remember how they got bombarded with immigrants? Remember that?
Yeah, sure do.
Remember how the crime rates went up in them countries, Steve? A lot of young women being attacked. Yeah. Did you get I sent you an email just a few minutes ago, actually. Apparently there was another grid attack, Steve, up out in Las Vegas. Another attack on the grid system. What the hell is going on? Apparently, Steve, there's a lot more of these happening than we're being told.
So I just pulled that up. So that was from what? U.S. News? Media
Yeah,
blackout over terror incident at Vegas power plant. Dated January the 8th.
And apparently there's been more than just a couple and more than just several. So, I mean, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
You know, this is obviously a coordinated effort. And by whom is the big question. They need to get to the bottom of this, if they'll even tell us. Hey, 5-7 was talking about things that we talked about a little bit last night, Steve. Some of the concessions, right, that McCarthy made. One of them was just for one person, right, to make a motion to remove the speaker.
Yeah.
Which we talked about would have to get a majority of the vote, right? But Steve, I mean, think about this, and then that used to be the rule.
until Pelosi got in. But each representative from each state should have a say-so. You know, if McCarthy does one of them persons like really wrong, you know what I'm saying? They should have a say-so in it. They were talking about these new church-style committees where it's my understanding these committees are named after a representative, or that representative used to be in the House by the name of Church. I can't think of his first name. But it finally got to the point where it gave the power for the House to investigate these .org, the FBI, Department of Justice type entities inside our government, right? And after what we have seen here in the last year, certain people getting raided, certain people getting arrested, Twitter file dumps, right, about the government involvement in certain things. We'll just leave it at that. What about term limits, Steve? He agreed to a vote. Now, it's just a vote. Doesn't mean it's going to pass, but it's a step in the right direction. Jordan was for that also. Now, think about this, Steve. We all said we need term limits. What congressman or senator would vote for term limits? You have to be a pretty straight up dude or woman, right?
Bingo. To
vote yourself out of a job. So that's what these holdouts did. They got at least McCarthy to agree that look at term limits. And that has its ups and downs.
I haven't seen numbers on what they're talking about. House members are 2-year terms. So what would they do? Give House members 3 2-year terms, a total of 6 years in D.C. Senators, they get a 6-year term for one term. So does that sound fair? 6 years? That's all you need to be in D.C., right? Yeah, hold that thought, though. We hit the top of the hour news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Some reports say the Justice Department is reviewing classified documents from President Biden's time as vice president, found at a Biden think tank. The National Archives has referred the matter to the Justice Department for investigation. CBS News reports that the FBI is now also involved after the documents reportedly turned up at a Penn Biden center. Former President Trump got into hot water after several classified White House documents were allegedly recently found at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The Georgia Bulldogs are the champions of college football for the second straight year. They blew out TCU in Monday's college football playoff national title game in Southern California, 65-7. It completes a 15-0 season for the Bulldogs, who become the first team to repeat since Alabama in 2011 and 2012. Authorities say more than 1,000 people have been arrested following a riot targeting Brazil's Capitol buildings. Brazil's justice minister said that just over 200 people were arrested Sunday and about 1,200 were taken into custody Monday. The arrests come after thousands of supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro stormed buildings in the country's capital in protest of what they claim is a stolen election. Consumer confidence in housing is on the rise. Fannie Mae's monthly housing sentiment showed it went up last month from November. The reports say the share of people saying there now is a good time to buy a house went up about 21%. The number of consumers who believe housing prices will fall and mortgage rates will come down over the next year also increased. Meanwhile, 51% said now is a good time to sell, down from 54%. Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot stands at an estimated $1.1 billion. That makes it the third largest in the game's history. The cash option on that comes out to just under $569 million. The special grand jury in Atlanta has been investigating whether then-President Donald Trump and his allies committed any crimes while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Has finished its work, bringing the case closer to possible criminal charges against Trump and others. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As another powerful storm walloped California, a 5-year-old boy was swept away by floodwaters Monday on the state's central coast, and an entire seaside community that is home to Prince Harry, Oprah Winfrey, and other celebrities was ordered to evacuate on the 5th anniversary of deadly mudslides there. Tens of thousands of people remained without power, and some schools closed for the day. Streets and highways transformed into gushing rivers. Trees toppled, a mudslide, and motorists growled as they hit roadblocks caused by fallen debris. The death toll from the relentless string of storms climbed from 12 to 14 on Monday after 2 people were killed by falling trees. A roughly 7-hour search for a missing boy turned up only his shoe before officials called it off as water levels were too dangerous for divers. The boy had not been declared dead, said spokesperson Tony Chapello of the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office. President Joe Biden, Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau are meeting for a series of talks on migration, trade, and climate change on Tuesday as the 3 leaders try to mend tensions that have divided the continent. The 3-way gathering is held most years, although there was a hiatus while Donald Trump was U.S. president. It's often called the Three Amigos Summit, in reference to the deep diplomatic and economic ties between the countries. However, the leaders still found themselves at odds, especially as they struggle to handle an influx of migrants and to crack down on smugglers who profit from persuading people to make the dangerous trip to the United States. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe,
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, what do you say? Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we are on a Tuesday. Almost said Monday. Tuesday, closing out a Monday. Here we go, 10th day of January already. All right, back to where we left off there, chatting with Pappy. Some of the investigations that are about to begin. And we can factually share. Representative Andrew Clyde of Georgia said this past evening, we're eager to begin work on the House Oversight Committee holding the, quote, three-letter agencies such as the FBI accountable for allegedly infringing on the rights of Americans. Representative James Comer of Kentucky, who is the incoming chair of said committee, actually said last month he wants the FBI's top brass to be hauled in front of Congress to answer for colluding with the likes of Twitter and big tech to censor certain types of speech. We want to get to the bottom of the story. We're going to have a phenomenal opportunity to bring some clarity to exactly what these three-letter agencies are doing to the American people to restore the First Amendment like it hasn't been restored in a while. The people's voice can be heard, and now our constituents can be better represented. Now, it's all part of holding the government accountable. And that is so, so important, he says. It's absolutely necessary for a properly functioning government, a constitutional republic. So the three-letter agencies, one of a number of investigations. Now, it's investigations. What will they uncover? That's yet to be determined. Based on what we're seeing from the Twitter dumps, which I think another Twitter dump came down this past, I think we're up to number 18. And the info just keeps coming out. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Yes, sir. Hey, back to term limits real quick. You know, it's a touchy situation, Steve. I mean, we got these lifers in there like Pelosi, Biden, Mitch McConnell, right? I'm trying to figure out a good way to maybe try to explain this. You need experience in there, right? It's like any job. When you first take a job, you got to get the experience under your belt. One way I could try to explain it like this is our department that I work for. A lot of young guys, young officers have goals into getting into CIS, which is Criminal Investigation Section, being a detective, right? Working your way up, being a homicide detective, you know. So they got some gripes where, you know, we got some detectives that been in there for a long, long time, Steve, right? It's hard to get that movement in there unless somebody retires or gets promoted and moved out or something. But then again, you need that experience. You know, you need that homicide detective with that experience to solve these types of crimes. So you're walking, you know, kind of a fine tightrope there, if I'm making sense.
Mm-hmm. So
the problem with
you got to come up
limits,
what's a fair, you know, there you go. You got to come up with what's a fair term. Is 10 years in DC enough? I mean, what's...
you know, I don't know. The problem is, Steve, I remember seeing it wasn't a documentary. It was a good clip on this, I want to say congressman that got elected, and they followed him around for a couple months. And he was saying, and this is long before Trump was even ever elected, right? I'm going back a few years. And he was saying that these staffers in D.C. run the show. Believe it or not, these staffers have a lot of power. And when you get in there and you only limit to somebody with 2 or 3 terms, these staffers are going to just take over and run the show. So I'm talking like, I think the FBI, Steve, has you know, once you're in the FBI, depending on your age when you went in, but I think they got like mandatory retirements at the age of 59. Don't quote me on these numbers, but they got mandatory retirements. Unless it's an appointed position. That changes things. So I don't know what the magic number is, you know, maybe 20 years. But these people being in Congress for
30, 40, 50 years.
60, come on, man. So we'll see if they move forward on this stuff. You know, they're talking about single subject bills. Okay? When a bill comes across, we're talking about one thing here. Mm-hmm. There's going to be no more pork barrel spending. Trying to do away with that. There's some concessions on a Texas border plan. There was also some concessions on the budget, right, which would stop increasing this debt ceiling, which we just saw with the anonymous bill, or however the hell you pronounce it. Right? The House holds the purse, Steve. Not the Senate. So if we can get that under control. There was something about ending emergency funding for the COVID mandate. It's taken away some power to Biden, Steve. He keeps extending this emergency COVID, right, which is causing some issues. And another one I think we talked about last night was at least a minimum of 72 hours to be able to read a bill before it gets voted on. So let's see what happens, Steve. I mean, we need to see this stuff, give them a couple months. If we don't see McCarthy, right, holding true and moving forward with this stuff, needs to be held accountable. So we'll see what happens. But, I mean, we got to give them some time. It looks like they already tried with the IRS thing here, right?
They didn't waste any time on that.
They didn't waste any time on Steve. Let's make no mistake about it. This is an attack on the middle class. Full stop. It's exactly what that was designed to do. So hopefully we'll see some progress, but man, I'm not going to hold my breath. This stuff still has to get through the Senate, and we know how that's going to go because you just said it. The Senate's probably going to put a stop to the IRS amendment thing. So I mean, we'll see. That's why I was saying, and we all know it, I mean, how important these elections are. If we could have took the Senate, Steve, you realize the changes that we could have made. It could have happened. So we can't give up hope. And make no mistake about this, too, Steve. Trump is still in charge of this MAGA movement. I was hearing on the news, I think it was Fox, that Trump was making some phone calls. Trump wanted McCarthy in.
Yep.
And he was making some phone calls, and I think it was Miss Green. She changed her vote because Trump called her, said you need to vote for McCarthy. We got some concessions. It's time to change your vote. And she came flat out and said, the reason I changed my vote is because President Trump told me to. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting, man, if we can get to 2024, see what happens, see if he does get the nomination or not. I don't know. I said it before, I'll say it again, Steve. I don't know if anybody else has the kahunas, right, to drain the swamp like Trump wants to. I don't know if anybody else is going to have the kahunas to go after these people. We'll see. So, all right, my man.
Got to
Appreciate you
start
taking my call.
somewhere, one step at a time, right? One step at a time. It's just the beginning. All right, 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Are you hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I wanted to talk about one other thing tonight, Steve, with the football playoffs. Well, it wasn't much of a game tonight. I didn't get to see it, but I didn't miss nothing. I'm glad I kept on driving. I was trying to. I don't know why they started the game. I don't know why they started the game so early, because it started at about 6:30, 6:45 Central Time where I'm at. And I was still driving the damn truck. I don't understand why they didn't start at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, like, a lot of, the normal championship games, so they inconvenienced me. By the time I got to the truck stop, it was already a blowout tonight anyway, so I didn't miss nothing. Did you even waste your time watching the game?
No, I don't know. I thought it started at 8 o'clock Eastern, but I know they were, of course, the game was in California, but they were still playing. The game didn't end until about 11 o'clock, and 65 to 7.
It was a long game. Yeah, they started earlier than what they normally do. Like I said, it was probably about 7 o'clock Eastern time where you were at. Normally those games don't start until 8 o'clock. Like you say, they're in California. I think that's why they started it so early, because it was in California. But, I was still driving. But it ended up being 65 or something. So it wasn't much of a game to begin with. But I kind of figured that TCU wasn't gonna show up. Wasn't gonna show up ready to play. Georgia, they got a real good thing going on. They don't win like 30 ball games in a row. So yeah, I think they don't took over for Alabama as the number one college team. No, I don't think Alabama is the big team anymore. It don't look like it. Not when you won 30 games in a row. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, it wasn't much of a ball game tonight. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you something about the truck driving deal, Steve. Trucking. Yeah, I tried to look up this guy, the guy you was talking about earlier, the YouTube guy whose whole place burned down. Huh?
Yeah, Gentry. Yeah, the Gentry family.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to try to look that up and see what's going on. Cause I've never heard of that guy before on YouTube. I've never heard of him, but yeah, I'd like to check out his videos and see what's going on with that situation. But yeah, Steve, like I say, getting back to the politics side of the deal. But now they got some new news about Joe Biden that you probably talked about. I dozed off for a while. They claim that, but everything is a mistake with Joe Biden. But what Trump does is its own purpose, Steve, as you already know. They claim that Joe Biden had some information, the same deal that they tried to say Trump presidential information at his house from when he was in the vice president's role. But naturally, Joe Biden didn't know nothing about that, Steve. It was a mistake. But when Trump did it, like I said, it was done on purpose. So people out there realize the hypocrisy, what's going on in America. You see what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely. Yeah, you had a raid of Mar-a-Lago, and apparently these documents were actually found several months ago, and it's just coming to light this past day.
Oh yeah, they trying to cover it up, Steve. Like I said, like you just said, you took the words right out of my mouth. They raided Donald Trump's house, sent the FBI down to his house down in Florida, bust the door down to get into his Trump's house to get this valuable information. Where was the FBI at? But we already know who the FBI worked for in the USA. So where FBI never showed up to Joe Biden's place in Delaware to get those. Everything is done backwards now, Steve, in the USA. We already know. I don't even understand. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time talking about this, because you and I both know they're not going to do anything to Joe Biden about these papers, these documents that he had at his home. They're going to do nothing about it. They're going to cover it up just like they covered up the Hunter Biden situation, just like they covered up all the other things that Biden has been involved in over the years and since he's been in the White House. So it'll be another cover-up. I just wanted people to realize, how the treatment that Donald Trump gets. You look at the phone call, Steve, the phone call that Trump made to this man over there in Ukraine. Now after Trump leaves the White House, this guy's giving this guy millions of dollars, Steve. And ain't nobody trying to investigate that, but they want to investigate a phone call that Donald Trump had with the same individual. This man flies all the way to the USA a couple of weeks ago, goes into the Congress building and has the nerve to say that he's not begging for money, but he continues to have his hand out, but he says it's not begging. So this is the same person that they accused Donald Trump of having a bad phone call with. So another thing I got to back up when they say that the Republicans are not treated like Democrats, Steve. Just one thing after another to show people that Republicans in America are not treated the same as Democrats. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, the scoop on that is they're saying several, AKA less than a dozen, I believe was the clarification, classified documents from Joe Biden's time as vice president were discovered last fall in a private office, acknowledged by Biden's attorneys this past day. Attorney General Merrick Garland has asked the U.S. Attorney in Chicago to investigate the matter. Congressional Republicans are also taking notice. Biden's lawyers say they found the government material in November while closing out a Washington, D.C. based office known as the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, that Biden used as part of his relationship with the University of Pennsylvania, where he was an honorary professor from 2017 to 2019. Now, they say fewer than a dozen classified documents were found at Biden's office. Not clear what the documents pertain to or why they were taken to Biden's private office. Federal office holders are required by law to relinquish official documents and classified records when their government service ends. The White House is cooperating with the National Archives and the Department of Justice regarding the discovery of what appear to be Obama-Biden administration records, including a small number with classified markings. Documents were discovered when the president's personal attorneys were packing files housed in a locked closet to prepare to vacate office space at the Penn Biden Center. The president periodically used that space from mid-2017 until the start of the 2020 campaign. Now, the discovery of these documents made by the president's attorneys, the documents were not the subject of any previous request or inquiry by the archives. Now, nothing has changed as far as the president's schedule. They say he continues focused on his summit in Mexico City. The classified materials included some top secret files with the sensitive compartmented information designation, or otherwise known as SCI, which is used for highly sensitive information obtained from intelligence sources. After the discovery, Biden's lawyers immediately contacted the National Archives and Records Administration, which started looking into the matter. Biden's team cooperated with the NARA, which later came to view the situation as a simple mistake due to lack of safeguards for documents. Just a simple oversight, Pay no attention here. All right, so I don't know. You have a raid at Mar-a-Lago for one president, and I guess the point they're making is as soon as these documents were discovered, we contacted the archives. We said, hey, and they took the documents the following day after they were discovered. All right, news break just ahead. It is 844-844-3388. Speaking of, we were talking earlier about natural gas stoves. For those who do operate or still use natural gas to heat or cook in their homes, or water heaters, California, which supplies natural gas, SoCal, says get ready for sticker shock when you get your next bill. It may be double what your gas bill was last year. More on that coming up here following the news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin is back in his home city. Doctors caring for Hamlin at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center said Hamlin returned to his home city and is starting the next phase of his recovery at Buffalo General Medical Center. On Sunday, Hamlin posted pictures and updates on social media as he watched the Bills' regular season finale against the New York Patriots. Hamlin collapsed on the field during the Bills' game against the Cincinnati Bengals last week after suffering cardiac arrest. Physicians said it'll still be too early to know if Hamlin will be able to play football again. They reiterated an update given last week that appears Hamlin is neurologically intact. Paramount Plus is releasing the teaser trailer for its upcoming series, Grease: Rise of the Pink Ladies. It takes place 4 years before the original Grease film. It follows 4 fed-up outcasts that want to have fun on their own terms and spark a moral debate that changes Rideau High forever. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, California residents, get ready for sticker shock. SoCal. Apparently, they actually sent email to their customers, which reads, "There's no easy way to put this.
January bills are likely to be higher than usual. An unprecedented cold snap across the nation, in part, caused natural gas market prices in the West to more than double between December and January, much higher than expected. As a result, residential customers can expect the typical January bill likely to be more than double the typical bill last January, assuming the same amount of natural gas is used. Well, they probably used more with this cold snap. Natural gas prices have also been exacerbated by other factors. Russia's war in Ukraine has strained global supplies and has encouraged the U.S. to prioritize Europe's natural gas needs. The Biden administration has also taken a negative approach to oil and gas development, shutting down construction of the Keystone XL pipeline and making it more difficult to explore and develop oil resources on federal lands. California, of course, also has seen the Democrat-run government discourage the use of natural gas, despite the fact that it is the cleanest burning fossil fuel, and its growing adoption in place of coal has actually allowed the U.S. economy to reduce carbon emissions while still enjoying years of growth. Get ready for a big bill. All right, back to the calls. Hello, Philip. What's happening?
Not much, bud. Just driving to work here. I just passed Epcot. I'm out up here to where I need to be at. How you doing tonight?
Not too bad. Week's off to a decent start. I won't complain.
Yeah, I got a question for everybody out there because I heard about the situation with the documents with President Biden. And now, here's my question, Steve. At the time that those documents left the White House, he was the vice president, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so right now we've got they're trying to indict former President Trump. Now, would former President Obama follow the same suit? Think that would happen?
Are you questioning, are they going to follow the same suit?
Yeah, well, if you're going to do this to President Trump, former President Trump, why shouldn't former President Biden be held to the same accountability as former President Trump?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're already trying. Yeah, they're already trying to say, though, there was a difference in the way this all unfolded. You know, as soon as the documents were discovered, they were immediately turned back over. Whereas when Trump's documents, I guess when they ask for the documents, they make it sound like Trump was trying to not let them have it.
Okay, well, let me say this much. If you're out on the street and you steal something, and somebody else steals something, you're held accountable the same way, right?
Yes,
that's
sir.
the way it's supposed to work.
Right.
You know, the action was committed either way. That's my point. And that's how a person with no party affiliation would look at it. It's you committed the same crime as the other person, had nothing to do with your parties, and you should be held accountable to the same amount of degree as the other person. So if they're going to put former President Trump through all this aggravation that we've been going through, why can't they put former President Obama through that? Because he was the man on the watch when the documents disappeared. Same way with Vice President Biden. Now let me ask you, Steve, have you heard anything about Pence being brought into this situation with the documents with Trump?
No, sir. Can't say that I have, no.
All right. So, you know, I mean, it's the same kind of deal. Could former Vice President Pence be brought in, you know, for the situation with Trump? Did he know anything about those documents being in Mar-a-Lago? See, that's what I'm saying. It's you've got to hold accountability, and that's one of the problems that government doesn't have, is they don't hold accountability. it's not about, oh my God, we returned them within, the appropriate time. It's the offense was still committed no matter what. You see what I mean, Steve?
Right.
And that's what I'm looking at it. I mean, you're going to call a spade a spade, a spade a spade. It's the way it is. No matter what, you make a mistake, you have to be held accountable for it. And that's what there's not a lot of in the government today. There's not a lot of accountability.
What's kind of weird is, if Biden used that office, they said, between 2017 and when he kicked off his between 2017 and 2019. So those documents essentially have been sitting there for 4+ years now. Why didn't the archives ever notice they were missing?
Absolutely. That's what I don't understand. And that's something else. It happened supposedly with former President Trump. Why weren't they held accountable for those documents being missing with him? That's what I'm saying. There's no accountability. Are any of those people at the archives going to be indicted for documents being taken out of their facility? Are they going to be indicted for it? There's no accountability. And changing the subject, I do appreciate anybody that's helping the Gentrys. I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll keep mentioning it. Those people, they work hard, and they do what they need to do, and they have a good company. Have you heard any more about it, Steve?
No, was that you that brought that up last night? No, CDL Life did have the story, and they had several videos that I guess the Gentrys had shared where when they discovered the fire, and then when they went in after the fact and said the damage was a whole lot worse than they thought it was going to be. I mean, I guess their entire business is like a total loss.
Well, I don't think it's their entire business. I mean, they still have trucks that are out there. I think the biggest downfall in the deal is the servicing of the trucks that he does have left. And he had a lot of employees that he had, working for him in the shop and different things. You know what I mean? It wasn't just the drivers.
Right.
I know a lot of people think when they think of a trucking company, they think it's just the drivers. Well, no, think about this. It's the drivers, it's the mechanics, it's the dispatchers, it's the office people. I mean, I hope that he got a lot of his records out of that building. And I hope his office end of the deal wasn't affected that, because you think about today, he was an old school type company, whereas a lot of his stuff was documented on paperwork. Okay. Well, today, we need a lot of stuff documented on a computer. And if you can back it up to a cloud or something, you can have that information, or a hard drive or something that you can get portable where you can carry it. It's not a problem. But when it's all on paper and it's in a fire, you know how that turns out. And, that's one of the problems with the old school way of doing certain things. You got to be careful with it. I mean, I know he had some trucks with ELDs, but he also had a lot of trucks that were on paper, and that's hard. I mean, especially when you go through audits and whatnot with the DOT. So, I mean, I'm hoping that they get back up on their feet. They're good people. They really are. And I'll tell you what's amazing about the whole deal is the YouTube community in trucking has stood behind him. Almost every YouTube trucking affiliation from the lady who owns the dump truck in California to Mudda Trucker, who has a channel on there, to Cletus McFarland, who owns the Freedom Factory down here in Florida. Q-Ball, I'm pretty sure, got a hold of him. Q-Ball's channel is on there. I mean, there's just a ton of guys that are helping him out. So, but I appreciate everybody out there working with him. So, but that's all I got today, Steve. Y'all have a good day, and thank you for having me.
All right, Philip. Yeah, and if I had a YouTube channel, I'd probably support him too, but I don't have a YouTube channel anymore.
Well, you know what, Steve? That's their problem, not yours. You're doing what you need to do, and I want you to keep it up, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Real quick, going back to, are they going to, the irony here because the Trump classified documents investigation is ongoing, and they're already trying to say, well, this is different. There's a difference between, the discoveries here. James Comer, Representative Comer, who's set to become the House Oversight Committee chairman, says, quote, how ironic. President Biden's been very critical of President Trump mistakenly taking classified documents to the residence or wherever, and now it seems he may have done the same thing. He pointed out that the National Archives falls under his committee's jurisdiction for oversight, but said while they were in the minority, when they sent the NARA questions related to former Trump, NARA referred Republicans to the Justice Department. Well, maybe they'll answer our questions now because it now pertains to two presidents. I plan to ask the archives for more information later this week. Kevin McCarthy did not say whether he believes the new Republican Congress should investigate Biden, but said the reaction to Trump holding on the classified documents was driven by politics. I think it all just goes to prove they tried to do what they tried to do to Trump, overplayed their hand on that. They've been around even longer, McCarthy said of Biden's team. President Trump had never been in office before and had just left, came out. Now, here's an individual who has spent his last 40 years in office, speaking of Biden, which just shows they were trying to be political with Trump. Now, the Trump saga, this is where CNN undoubtedly has to make it sound like, well, this is two totally different scenarios. According to Biden's attorneys, they turned over the documents as soon as they were discovered. With Trump, on the other hand, when NARA realized the key records were missing, officials haggled with Trump's team over the return of government documents. Trump eventually gave 15 boxes of materials back to NARA. But federal investigators later came to correctly suspect that he was still holding on to dozens of additional classified files. So they secured a grand jury subpoena, got the judge's permission to search Mar-a-Lago. All right, on Truth Social, Trump's response. When is the FBI going to raid the many homes of Joe Biden, perhaps even the White House? These documents were definitely not declassified. Now, Biden was critical of Trump when he saw the photograph taken by the FBI that showed an array of documents found on Trump's property last summer. Biden at the time said, how could that possibly happen? How anyone could be that irresponsible? And I thought that data was in there, that many compromised sources and methods. Totally irresponsible, said Biden. So then the shoe's on the other foot all of a sudden. How comical is that? And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now, apparently had another Brinks heist in New York. Three men able to steal $300,000 in cash from an armored truck outside of a bank in Brooklyn last Friday. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sunset Park in Brooklyn, in front of the Chase Bank. According to the Fox affiliate, a Brinks employee was making a bank money drop when a couple of guys approached him asking for directions. As the employee was distracted by the two men, a third man grabbed a bag of cash the employee left unattended on the bumper of the armored truck and fled the scene. The thief was able to get away with the bag, which they say contained $300,000 in cash. Yeah, they give descriptions of the guys, what they were wearing. Well, that's all changed since then. Yeah, it just almost sounds like, wasn't that in Groundhog Day? When each passing day goes on and on, eventually he's able to walk up and just grab a bag from the back of the Brinks truck. Yeah, there you go. Well, Happy New Year, Heat Wave.
Well, good morning, senor, and a Happy New Year to you and all out there. Well, that was an absolute can of whoop-ass TCU got slathered with. I mean, good night. That 65-7. Well, since TCU beat Michigan, the line of reasoning goes, well, Michigan would have lost by a hell of a lot more. Is that about what you
That
see
would
it?
be the line of thinking, yeah.
Yeah, good night. I mean, Well, Eagle is partially right, except Georgia doesn't have a 30-game win streak. I mean, it's kind of impossible when you were 14-1 last year as the champions. So, I mean, they just been awful damn good these last 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, he ain't far off. I mean, these guys, that Kirby Smart, he definitely has got this bunch of college boys. He got them dialed in, that's for sure. And I think he is a understudy of Nick Saban. Wasn't he offensive coordinator at one time?
Yeah, I believe that is true.
Nick Saban?
Yeah.
So it's probably the only coach that's got Nick Saban's number. So, yeah, this ought to be an interesting off season to figure out who, what, where, and why, and what's going to happen next year. Note the ESPN do not talk about Texas A&M until they do something worth a damn. Football, basketball, baseball, track, whatever. I don't care if it's tiddlywinks. Don't talk about them. Oh, okay. Well, that caps off a really good college season of football. I know I was not going to talk about these idiots over here. Everyone knows the company I work for, Yellow, and that's about the way they are. Mismanagement. Steve, all us line haul drivers are going to get $1,500, I won't call it a bonus, but it's a penalty that the company is going to have to pay out because they went way over their allotted percentage of trailers going on rail. 1,500 drivers for every line haul driver. Now, if there are 3,000 line haul drivers with the company, multiply that by 1,500. That's a lot of money to be shelling out because someone is trying to get away with something. Even if it's only 1,500 line haul drivers, that's still a nice chunk of change. And I sure hope they think it was worth it. You know, to pay the
And I guess
rails and the
what's that?
third-party carriers.
What was that? Something like in the fine print with the contract, the union contract, that they could only put so much on the rails.
I think it's like 26%, 26 or 29% is allowed to go on the rails.
Okay.
And third-party carriers. But I mean, they consistently go over that. Now, this is the biggest chunk of change that we as drivers, or at least me, that I've received because of their incompetence and they're trying to get away with stuff. Right now, Steve, the company has told the maintenance departments, if the item is broken, we can't do a quick engineering fix on it using using shoe leather instead of a gasket, then don't fix it. Put that off to the side. They have frozen the mechanic's ability to order new parts. I mean, so we're going to have freight sitting because we got trailers that ain't going to be worth a hoot in hell, or con gear, or dollies that aren't going to be, roadworthy, or trucks that's not going to be roadworthy. They halted the change of operations for the central states, the southeast and the northeast, because those areas seen what kind of a shish kebab show that they've made out of the western states where I'm at, and they don't want to be any party to that until we figure out how to fix up this shish kebab show.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the letter that came out stated that Wires Yellow is going to work with the Teamsters to figure out how to work out this mess. Steve, I'm a company driver. You would think that I would be able to find some number to talk to somebody at corporate and say, hey, this is what we are experiencing. We the boots on the ground. But there's no number for me to call because no one knows who to call.
Mm-hmm. You're kind of starting off the new year right where you left off the old, huh? Well, pause there. We got to get a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Some reports say the Justice Department is reviewing classified documents from President Biden's time as vice president found at a Biden think tank. The National Archives has referred the matter to the Justice Department for investigation. CBS News reports that the FBI is now also involved after the documents reportedly turned up at a Penn Biden Center. Former President Trump got into hot water after several classified White House documents were allegedly recently found at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The Georgia Bulldogs are the champions of college football for the second straight year. They blew out TCU in Monday's college football playoff national title game in Southern California, 65-7. It completes a 15-0 season for the Bulldogs, who become the first team to repeat since Alabama in 2011 and 2012. Authorities say more than 1,000 people have been arrested following a riot targeting Brazil's Capitol buildings. Brazil's justice minister said that just over 200 people were arrested Sunday and about 1,200 were taken into custody Monday. The arrests come after thousands of supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro stormed buildings in the country's capital in protest of what they claim is a stolen election. Consumer confidence in housing is on the rise. Fannie Mae's monthly housing sentiment showed it went up last month from November. The reports say the share of people saying there now is a good time to buy a house went up about 21%. The number of consumers who believe housing prices will fall and mortgage rates will come down over the next year also increase. Meanwhile, 51% said now is a good time to sell, down from 54%. Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot stands at an estimated $1.1 billion. That makes it the third largest in the game's history. The cash option on that comes out to just under $569 million. The special grand jury in Atlanta has been investigating whether then-President Donald Trump and his allies committed any crimes while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Has finished its work, bringing the case closer to possible criminal charges against Trump and others. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As another powerful storm walloped California, a 5-year-old boy was swept away by floodwaters Monday on the state's central coast, and an entire seaside community that is home to Prince Harry, Oprah Winfrey, and other celebrities was ordered to evacuate on the 5th anniversary of deadly mudslides there. Tens of thousands of people remained without power, and some schools closed for the day. Streets and highways transformed into gushing rivers. Trees toppled and mudslide, and motorists growled as they hit roadblocks caused by fallen debris. The death toll from the relentless string of storms climbed from 12 to 14 on Monday after 2 people were killed by falling trees. A roughly 7-hour search for a missing boy turned up only his shoe before officials called it off as water levels were too dangerous for divers. The boy had not been declared dead, said spokesperson Tony Chapello of the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office. President Joe Biden, Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau are meeting for a series of talks on migration, trade, and climate change on Tuesday as the 3 leaders try to mend tensions that have divided the continent. The 3-way gathering is held most years, although there was a hiatus while Donald Trump was U.S. president. It's often called the Three Amigos Summit, in reference to the deep diplomatic and economic ties between the countries. However, the leaders still found themselves at odds, especially as they struggle to handle an influx of migrants and to crack down on smugglers who profit from persuading people to make the dangerous trip to the United States. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get that final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. I can update you on a story that one of our listening friends had called about a couple weeks ago. He was referring to a case that was on the Supreme Court docket. You may recall if you were listening. In regards to the 2020 election. I was not familiar with it, but he gave us the case number, pulled it up, and indeed found, okay, so the number was on the docket. They had not yet made the determination. Would the Supreme Court actually take the case up? Which my understanding is about 80% of cases get presented to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, they don't take up. The Supreme Court determined Monday they will not hear the 2020 election lawsuit aimed at removing President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. According to the court records, the lawsuit filed by the Utah-based Rayland Brunson and his brothers sought to penalize Biden, Harris, former Vice President Mike Pence, and hundreds of lawmakers who allegedly violated their oath of office, refusing to investigate allegations of fraud. All right, Friday, the Supreme Court justices pondered informal arguments of whether the 2020 election lawsuit should be heard. On Monday, the case failed to garner 4 of the 9 justice votes for being heard. Now, shortly thereafter, on this past day, Brunson provided an update post on Facebook saying, the petition was denied, before adding, we will now make our next move, a petition for reconsideration. Just hang in there, everyone, he said. Now, last week, he suggested a rejection of his petition would probably occur. He went on to say, now don't think for a second that my brothers and I are not prepared for a denial. We've got plenty of chess pieces still at play. And we still have our queen, whatever that means. But just an update on the case there. All right, back to Heatwave. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Senor.
Hey, thank you much. Appreciate it. Well, so anyways, I called my business advisor and was complaining to him. That's what the union people are. And said, they're wanting y'all to figure this out when they ought to be asking us. And he says, well, this is what we come up with. I said, who's we? He says, well, we notified y'all about the meetings that we were going to have over the change of operations. I said, I wasn't didn't get a text. I didn't get an email notification. What are you talking about? He said, I posted on the union board inside the shop. He says, and only 4 of y'all showed up. And I said, now to how many drivers? He said 80. I said, don't you think there's a communication problem here? I mean, yeah, they got a space over there, but hell, no one goes over to that board unless they're missing something, and they go to a lost and found area. So it's like, the union, the Teamsters union seems to think that we work for them when it's the other way around. And they are the ones that have the combative tones. And then they're like lawyers. They like to play the misdirection game.
Yeah.
They're not going to they'll give you an answer, just not a definitive answer. And it's like, this is such BS. So that's where that stands. The other one's got a reprieve until August, like I said, because they don't want to go through what they see of us going through our little shish kebab show.
Mm-hmm.
And so, all right, I just found out today, or this evening, or this morning rather, that we are having a bids coming up on the 17th. Well, I don't know how many people knew that. I sure didn't know that prior to me going to the yard, coming in from California. But, what do I know? I'm just a damned old truck driver, like the vice president of operations at Snyder said.
Well, you need to go to the board more often.
Anyway,
you need to check that board, see what the latest is.
Trust me, I have. So I was talking to a renegade here last week and yesterday, and we were all commenting about Biden going to the border. They sanitized it. Whereas they had homeless, illegal aliens all over the place, sleeping in the streets, homeless, just everywhere out there in the different buildings that they have for like events and whatnot. What was there one day, poof, is gone the next. So they sanitized the streets of El Paso to make it look like, oh, there's nothing wrong here. He is going around seeing what the operations look like. He doesn't talk to the people that are affected by his lack of action. And the ones that are upset are the illegal aliens, because they wanted him to come over there to where they're at, so they could tell him to hurry up with the.
They wanted him to help them expedite the process of them getting in. Correct.
Yes, it's like, what kind of a bass-backward place are we live? We're living in bizarro world. The hell with our rights. We got to worry about the illegal aliens. And what really ticked me off is they had a guy from the Dominican Republic come over 3 containers and the razor wire that is supposed to be either in front of or on top of. He climbs over, gets on this side, and says, I want to thank Mr. Biden for allowing me to come to this country. What in the hell do you think that damn barricade was for, man? It's not a physical endurance test to come over here to pass so you can become a citizen.
Yep.
Good night. And they act like we look down on them because we think they're stupid. Yes, you are. If you're going to come over here with that kind of attitude, of course you are. Of course we're going to look down on you. Of course, Renegade said one thing that I thought was pretty funny. He said, when Biden was campaigning, nobody wanted to see him. And now he's got a captive audience, and he didn't want to see them. What the hell? The irony of it all.
Yes, sir, the irony.
So anyway, so with that idea that the note that said yellow, do not buy any parts, I think that also goes for office supplies. And I was talking to Wright, and he told me to say hi to y'all. But old right wing nut, he said, what's going to happen is they're going to try to cut their losses. So when the bidding war comes out between FedEx and UPS, they can try to buy this company out. and he said the starting price for shares is $1.02, which is about $1.20 shy of what the stock prices are right now. But I don't want to start any rumors out there, but you never know. So, anyways, other than that, it's been a mild winter up here in New Mexico. I mean, we're getting cold air, but I would rather have a little bit of moisture on the ground. We were coming back up from Bloomington, California, going up toward Hesperia. You got the El Cajon Pass. And traffic was stop and go for about 5 miles. Couldn't figure out why. It was raining. And I guess that's what it was. It was the rain that was on the road. It wasn't flowing. It was just, like rain normally does on the road. It trickles down to the lowest point. But all 5 lanes of traffic were stop and go. Then we see a CHP officer out there that had a sign that said flooded at the rear of his car facing us. And I'm looking for the flood going, where? It's just regular rain coming down from the sky, man. If the roads are going to be wet like they are now. Where is this supposed flood? I guess those idiots down there in Southern California, well, not all of them are idiots, but the majority are. I guess the only time they see water is when they go to the river, go to the ocean, whatever lakes that may be around there, and the water coming out of the sprinkler heads watering their lawns. So I guess having water on a paved area is just, yeah. Oh, we got to be careful. It's like driving on ice. Good night. So
now, typically, when you start getting the very first rain, all the oil and residuals from the droppings off the cars, the roads do get slick as ice when the rain first begins. But man, there's been plenty of rain out there right now. The roads should be washed clean. Hey, a little break in the action. Looks like more heavier rain about to come ashore. Going to be sweeping through the San Francisco area as we head into a Tuesday morning here. Hey, Horse Feathers, what's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So these classified documents, isn't there supposed to be like a Maxwell Smart or something in one of them black suits with a briefcase that's handcuffed to his wrist to be transporting these documents around and know where they're at?
Right.
I don't know. So anyways, you're talking a little bit about the egg deal there. You remember back, I believe it was maybe the spring of 2020. Was there something happened in the spring of 2020? Kind of brought all the cruise industry to a stop there. And you remember there was farmers that were just dumping eggs out in the fields as well as not harvesting produce, and they weren't taking the milk from the dairy farmers and all that. And I think somebody called in there by the name of Horse Feathers and said, when everything starts coming back around and everybody starts wanting all this stuff so they can get back to their normal lives, and they want all the cruise ships to start sailing, that there's not going to be enough cows to produce milk, and the only way to get more milk from a cow is to have a cow have a baby, and there's not going to be enough eggs from chickens, and I don't know where baby watermelons come from, but maybe we can get somebody to investigate the baby watermelon deal. But anyways, hey, and speaking of milk from cows there, you get the white milk there from the normal cows, and you get the chocolate milk from the brown cows, and you got to be careful when you get the strawberry milk, because I think somebody put the tap in the cow the wrong way there. Maybe might have got a vein or an artery or something there.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Is that how you get strawberry milk? But anyway, we're talking about the eggs and all that, and then we had the bird flu and the lack of birds and all that, but anyways, all this stuff just doesn't start happening all overnight, and I think we're still feeling the supply chain, I guess you call it a supply chain issue, that, there's just not enough stuff being made, but the cost to make the stuff and actually be able to get more of it is so high that people don't, you got to pay higher prices to be able to make things come along. But I don't know. I guess we'll see how things develop. But anyways, you're talking about car prices. Now back in 2003, wife and I bought a Chevy Suburban, and they had a deal going there with zero interest at the time. You could buy your Chevrolet for zero interest for 5 years and take 5 years to pay it off. And the Suburban cost $40,000 at the time. And so you figure 5 years is 60 months, and that's somewhere in the high $600 a month range there, not quite $700 a month. 700 times 60 would have been 42,000. So we weren't quite that. And the wife's like, "What are you, nuts? You want to pay, like $670 a month for a Suburban?"
Yep.
And I said, "Well, the first thing we got to look at is we're not going to turn it in 4 years or 5 years. The Suburbans I'm planning on having around for 10. So you take that, that payment, and you kind of cut it in half. And as it ends up, if we get the Suburban all the way to August this year, we'll have had it for 20. So I guess we can cut it in quarter. Although you do have to still figure in maintenance, regular maintenance and repairs and stuff like that. So it did, the $40,000 Suburban over the lifetime has probably cost somewhere around 60 if you figure all that other stuff in. But anyways, yeah, we got it paid off there, and I don't know, we did it in a couple months shy of the 5-year deal because we didn't want anybody to say, "Well, you were late with one payment, so we're going to charge you all the interest for the last 5 years or something." But anyways, I don't know. That's kind of what I was just throwing out there. But vehicle prices are just crazy because, as I say, that was 03, and I know a couple years ago we were looking at Suburbans, and they could go anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000. And
yep.
I'm sure if you look at them now, they're probably could even go closer to 100. And just to have a vehicle to drive around in, commute with, go back and forth to work is not producing any money, generating any revenue is pretty crazy. And the one thing I did hear from the Gentry deal there, I kind of posted something there about the GoFundMe thing on your page, your Facebook page, and the one thing I heard was that they lost 7 trucks as well as their shop and their tools.
Okay, yeah,
they got
vehicles that were parked outside the shop. Yeah, I didn't know how many they lost.
Exactly,
that's pretty big.
Yep. So I heard they lost 7 trucks there, but as Philip was saying that these they had a lot of people that relied on them for jobs and work, and without a shop, the mechanics don't have a place to work and collect a paycheck from, and what they can do, and they don't have the tools. Even if they could do the work outside, they don't have the tools to do the jobs with to do that. So I don't know, maybe there's a few of the neighboring businesses will help them, let the mechanics do some servicing, odd hours or something, let them borrow some tools and be able to work around. So anyways, hope the best for them and everything. And anyways, but yeah, that's about what we got going for you. But talking about the eggs just made me remember what happened way back there with the beginning of COVID, and when all the cruise industry got shut down, and all those people were out there in the fields not harvesting crops, and dumping produce and eggs and all that other good stuff. So
there's a lot of good food churned under that year. I remember that. Yeah, it's because all the restaurants had shut down. And then the cruise lines, all that stuff that otherwise, would go to restaurant services. Yeah, look at it, 24 past the hour. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line? Okay, take 2, take 3. Let's jump to, it says, jail.
I don't get that one. This is Gilligan.
Well,
who knows what's going on there? Hey, I don't know whether you know this, but Charlie's pretty upset with me. I want to tell you this. We used our travel agency. It took him 2 weeks to get to Wheeling, so he's a little upset with me.
Uh-oh.
Figured I'd give you a heads up on that. Of course, I don't think he's as upset at us as me as Pup is. Have you talked to Pup since New Year's?
I have not, no.
Well, celebration up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And well, I was playing the harmonica. Old right wing nut was there on the moonshine jug, but he lasted about 3 songs and he kept drinking on it. And Heatwave was there on the spoons. We had Eskimo Mom there on vocals. And we got to thinking it's time for a barn raising. Well, Pup already had a barn, so to raise a barn, we had to make room for it, so we tore his barn down. Well, we didn't exactly get it back up. I don't think he's on speaking terms with us now. What do you think?
That sounds about par for the course, yeah.
Yeah, he's a little upset from what I understand. I don't know. I think he's madder at us than he is his guineas. And that one guinea really gets on his nerves. I don't know. I think we ought to avoid Pup at all costs. Well, anyway, Steve, I did shoot you. I meant to shoot you an email there a little while ago. Yeah, I tell you, it's not been a bad night. People, the industry wide, those freight is down. To give you an idea, out of our Winchester yard, we have 7 drivers, right? Well, last week at 4 days, we were short 8 loads. That means we only had 20 of the 28 loads we should have had last week. I know we're feeling it over here at Apron a little bit. I've talked to others that their freight is down. Yeah, it's getting. We normally go slow this time of year, but this is the slowest I think I've seen it. I mean, we've had 2 nights. We had 3 drivers out of 7 out. That's pretty significant. And another night with 2 drivers. We had our full amount of loads tonight, but I'm wondering how many days this week. That's going to happen. But anyway, I figured I'd give you a shout there to warn you if you talk to Pup. He's pretty upset at us for not raising his barn back up. Well, the intentions were good, and I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Well, again, I don't know. Have we talked yet for the new year? I think we did talk last week, didn't we? I believe so. It's 844-3388. Iowa's largest school district is not holding classes today. And no, it's not in relation to Mother Nature or snow. It's because of a cyber attack on the technology network. Des Moines Public Schools announcing this past day classes are canceled for their 33,000 students today after being alerted to a cybersecurity incident on their technology network. The district, in a news release, said it took their internet and network services offline while they assessed the situation. They did not describe the nature of the attack or whether sensitive information might have been stolen. And because many technology tools that support both classroom learning as well as the management and operation of the school district are not available at this time, the prudent decision was to close the district for the day. I guess that's for today, Tuesday. I guess they're going to have to assess the situation and see if they can get things back online, up and running, because if not, they may have, could they be out of school for several days? But meanwhile, we're up to, there we go, looks like news break just ahead. We'll get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Nets are going to be without star forward Kevin Durant for about a month. Brooklyn announced Monday that Durant has been diagnosed with an isolated MCL sprain of his right knee and will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. The 34-year-old missed 6 weeks with the left MCL sprain beginning in January of last year. Durant also missed over a month in 2017 when he sprained an MCL and suffered a tibial bone bruise. The Nets are second in the NBA at 27-13. Will be hosting the league-leading Boston Celtics Thursday night. Steph Curry appears to be ahead of schedule as he returns from a left shoulder injury. The Warriors guard is listed as probable for Tuesday's home game against the Phoenix Suns. Golden State General Manager Bob Myers and Coach Steve Kerr had previously said they expected Curry back this weekend. The 34-year-old guard suffered a left shoulder subluxation on December 14th and has missed the past 11 games for the Warriors. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
One, a superstock puller from Wisconsin. The other, a modified puller from Ohio. Together, their likenesses now permanently reside in the Pulling Hall of Fame. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. On Saturday, December 3rd, the NTPA was honored to induct Mark Peisig of Dorchester, Wisconsin, and Ron Bargy of Ansonia, Ohio. Both men addressed the 400 guests in attendance with gratitude and emotion, but both had the crowd roaring. We thought you'd enjoy hearing the best ofs from both. First, Mark.
Deep breath. I don't think my dad ever thought this was going to happen in 1978 when he told me to unhook that Massey Harris 44 from my nurse spreader and took it to town with the first pull. When I found out I was receiving this award, I actually thought, why me? I looked at my wife and says, I'm not that old. She goes, yes, you are. You know, this is an award you really don't strive for, but I guess, it's a great honor. I was just having fun doing something what I loved. The greatest part was, all the places we got to go, all the competitors, fans, definitely gaining another family. To my wife, Terry, for putting up with me for the sport for 33 plus years, always holding down the fort so I could pursue my hobby that I loved. Lastly, I'd like to thank the tractor pulling sport as a whole. Thank you for the weekends of fun, laughter, and excitement, for taking me to new places and meeting people I would soon gain as great friends. You ultimately gave me a family I never expected to find, and for that, I will ever be grateful. Thank you.
And then Ron, who told of his shortcut across some Pennsylvania back roads in 1975.
One night, Jim Wilson and I, we went to Dayton, Pennsylvania to a pull. It's a little hilly in that area. Asked where there was a shortcut to get back out on I-80. We was going to Hughesville, Pennsylvania, to one of the first NTPA events of the year. So they tell us this shortcut. We're down this little mountain road. Around we come, down to the bottom, pull up there, and there's a set of bridge in front of us. It said 2-ton load limit. Jim says that can't be right. I got a tri-axle green truck with 2 8,000-pound tractors on it. I get out of the truck, walk out to the middle of this bridge, pick up a rock, throw over the side to see just how deep it is. I never did hear it hit. So about that time, a car comes along, wave him down, said, is that right, that load limit sign? They said, well, we don't know, but we do know that they unload the kids, walk them across, then the bus goes across. Enough said. I turned around. But we did make it to Hughesville the next day.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Ever heard of a restaurant called Noma? Yeah, me either. Apparently, it's a Danish restaurant, which is considered one of the best restaurants in the entire world. Said they're going to close the doors next year and reopen as a test kitchen. To continue being Noma, we must change, says the owner on the restaurant's website. Didn't elaborate why the restaurant was closing to regular service in the winter of next year, winter of 24. Many restaurants have struggled during the pandemic to cope with mounting food costs, diners staying at home. Fine dining establishments in particular have had trouble hawking expensive menus to the patrons. Well, that might explain it. At Noma, individual meal currently costs at least $500 a person. Are you kidding me? The owner said starting in 2025, Noma would become a test kitchen and begin selling products online. And he said Noma would also have pop-ups all around the world. Said the team has been planning this move for the last couple of years. It's kind of scary and weird at the same time, but I think it's the right thing to do. As soon as the pandemic hit, I had this feeling that it was time for something different. $500, at least $500 for a meal. Okay, Marty Knucklebuster, I reckon you've eaten at Noma on a dozen occasions.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. At that price, I believe I'd be glad when they go out of business there. Shoot, I know where to go get the best steak in the world. That's down at Saltgrass. They put out the best steak in the world, but it's more reasonably priced, like $25, $30 a plate.
Right.
Yep. Well, I'm going to congratulate them Georgia Bulldogs there. Old Master Smack, he broke again this morning there after betting all his money on TCU there. But you reckon he might have had somebody on the sly go bet for Georgia on him? That way he didn't lose no money. Possible. I read where TB12's buddy, Rob Gronkowski, is going to attempt a field goal worth $10 million in a live Super Bowl ad, Steve. You can place bets on it, but you can only place bets that he's going to make it. If he don't make it, you lose. That doesn't sound like too good of a deal to me there, right? And this is the dumbest thing I've seen today, and I still ain't figured out why they done it. Well, I guess I have, but I'm hauling a load of scrap rubber tonight back there in cardboard boxes, great big old cardboard boxes, see? And painted on them scrap rubber boxes there, it says in big bold red letters, "Not edible." You reckon Bubba and Earl looked at that and said, "That looks like black licorice. Let's go eat some of that." And then when it didn't taste too good, they went and filed a lawsuit against them, right? That'd be the only reason why I think you'd put it on there. So, anyway, I don't know. It's world done gone crazy in my book there. All right, that's all of my bull on it for this morning. Let's kick this thing on down the road there, brother.
I was trying to look up the rest of the story on the Super Bowl field goal contest. And let's see, this is what popped up. All right.
Raise the bar.
All right, hang on. I don't want to hear your commercial advertisement there. Rob Gronkowski will be back on a football field for the Super Bowl. The four-time All-Pro tight end will attempt to make a field goal in Arizona during a live Super Bowl television commercial for FanDuel. It will be a high-stakes kick for a four-time Super Bowl champion with New England and Tampa Bay, who's used to performing under pressure. Anyone who places a Super Bowl bet for $5 or more on FanDuel will win a share of $10 million in free bets if Gronkowski makes the field goal. Now, you got $10 million in free bets. All right, what if 10 million people place a $5 bet? Everybody gets a $1 bet. That's all you got. Everybody knows I love throwing myself into fun. I love trying out new ideas, says Gronkowski. Now, obviously, I can catch a football. Why not try to kick a field goal? And on top of it, I was actually punt, pass, and kick champion in the Western New York region when I was growing up. So I love kicking field goals. I used to practice all the time. So this is an opportunity to help my fans out there win $10 million in free bets. Now, Gronkowski says he made one field goal in his career, a 33-yarder in high school. FanDuel is introducing the ad campaign entitled Kick of Destiny with a 30-second ad this past day. All right, how long is the field goal attempt going to be is the question, I guess. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yes, 57. Hey there.
Save $2 on a price of eggs. Just try the brown eggs. And for some reason, nobody wants to buy the brown eggs. Real quick, think about it. The FBI, this raid on Biden. It's funny it comes out right after they find out McCarthy can't slow walk any investigation. So now they know that they're going to have to sit in the hot seat in front of Jim Jordan and have to answer some questions. The fact that now they've got this record of saying, yeah, we did Biden's office or two. Well, that's who, Rush Limbaugh said follow the money. In this situation, the FBI is trying to save its backside. General Milley, after the loss of Afghanistan, said, well, I didn't see that coming. Well, that's his job to know that these scenarios are going to pop up. They're supposed to war game. They're supposed to be prepared for everything. And these guys at the FBI know exactly, what happens if this comes out? What happens if that comes out? So even this little ditty about Biden's situation, and they know that even in Biden's situation, along with Bill Clinton, because Judicial Watch went after Bill Clinton when he had the information in, secret information in his sock drawer. That the courts had already said that these, they can declassify information.
Right.
So what they've done is, and above all, is what they did is they lied to a judge in Florida, went into Mar-a-Lago and took a lot more than just what they told the judge that they were going to get. And they pilfered through Ivana Trump's clothes, and they even went through his son's bedroom. So they just gathered up everything. So no, it's not the same thing, but they've covered their backside by letting this out, and it's a good possibility if these 19 that stood up to McCarthy, if they had failed, or if they hadn't have done their job, we may know nothing about what happened, or this thing about Joe Biden, and we don't even know if they didn't carry that information in there to put this out, to protect themselves. So that's conspiracy for you. So now I want to know is who knew this, how many Republicans knew this before the McCarthy deal, but I want to, how many Republicans knew this before they did Mar-a-Lago? That's what I want to know. So there you go. So I hope Jim Jordan asks those questions and they get evidence and proof. So other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, enjoy the rest of the show, prepare for the notification come Wednesday morning, and get ready to hear Horse Feathers give his spiel. Other than that,
10-4. All right. Truck and Phil is on board. Your email says Happy Friday. It's Taco Tuesday, actually. No, I take that back. Your heading says Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Marty, Mr. Summers, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation, the great product of Staybill. Let's see, mile 32 in Fort Wayne. A mild 32, I guess that's supposed to say. Heading up to 44 today. And looks like 28 in Sterling Heights, Michigan, going to 36 this afternoon. As we get ready to make that flip, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. Here you go, Morning Truck and Phil. There's, let's see, a repeat. Happy Taco Tuesday. Oh, you corrected that. He sent me the first, and then a minute later, corrected. Happy Taco Tuesday. 12 before the hour, it's 844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, heading down the home stretch here on a Tuesday morning. Jump over to see who we got on board there. Is that Doug?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I just wanted to chime in about that yellow freight deal. Maybe this goes without saying, and it's already been said or it's in the minds of everyone. But if everything's true about scaling back or not purchasing office supplies or not buying parts for the shop, isn't that just the last shoe to drop before the end is near? I mean, for the company, and I don't know if UPS would even want to touch yellow freight in their quagmire. Heck, they spun off their freight division, and I forget the acronym. It's called T-Force or something like that out of Canada.
Right.
So they don't even have, UPS doesn't even have a freight division anymore. So at any rate, if everything's true there with yellow, and I enjoy listening to Heat Wave, and I don't want any negative things to happen to his job or his family. I really appreciate him a ton, and I enjoy listening to him. But, boy, things do not sound good at yellow at all.
Well, how many years have they been? I mean, they were on the brink. They got the concessions, and they got to cut back on the contributions for the retirement funds and all that. Yeah, technically, I guess the pandemic kind of saved them. The reason they're around now is they got, what was it, a $7 million or was it $700 million? Whatever that big PPP loan from the government to keep them going. I think that's the only reason they're around today, technically.
Right. And the concession they received from their employees and a previous government bailout to what you just talked about 15 years ago or so, somewhere around in there. It's how many times is the government going to revive Yellow? I mean, they appear to be mismanaged. I mean, is the government going to step in here again? I don't know. It seems like a lot of agony over there.
Yeah, and it's been going on for a long, long time. All right. Well,
Yes,
Doug,
sir.
yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, it was $700 million. That was it. $700 million from the CARES Act. Yeah, to YRC. And you know, did they ever really get that resolved? Because there were questions about, should that loan have actually taken place? Why did they get that loan? And if memory serves, they went back to something along the lines that, YRCW, I believe as it was at the time. They hadn't changed over to Yellow yet, had they? But, the amount of, I guess, government freight that they hauled and all that. Okay, well, maybe I can do a little research, get an update under that. Because, I mean, I know they had the investigation that they put in place about that loan, but I never really heard anything more. Some at the time were saying, hey, that's a big mistake to give them that kind of $700 million. All right, as we head down the home stretch here, good morning from our friends at TNCRadio.live. Hey, if you'd like to participate in our daily driver bonus, help pay off those Christmas bills, today's keyword is wife, W-I-F-E, wife. Just go to TNCRadio.live, use the TNCRadio.live app, and click on contest. Input the information. You'll need a name and a phone number. The phone number is crucial because that's how they'll contact you, like the noon hour Central Time on any given day when they pull the $1,000 daily driver bonus winner. Go to TNCRadio.live, enter the keyword wife. Good luck from TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret, of course. Coming up here right after we close things out, it's an all-new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. Tom and Dr. Chris continue their review of the social black belt. Ray Charles, none other than Ray Charles, said, "Not one drop of my self-esteem depends on your approval. Knowing your ego boundaries are a part of the process of building your strong mind." After that, it's an encore presentation of Truckers Life Radio with our friends from TFC Global. And, of course, Tom and the crew there will be updating the latest on weather, travel conditions, as the atmospheric river continues to stream into California. And ultimately will be kind of a cross-country storm with some snow coming into the mix and maybe some severe weather during the second half of the week. Meanwhile, we close things out here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Hope you'll join us back here at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.